But anything he created didn't happen in dirt. He was everything about. He was God.
Whoa, what's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? We in the house. Yeah. Oh, man. Welcome, everybody. Sorry I was late and not very bright today. I didn't realize at the time. Y'all read the message. So, yeah, let's get into it. Shedeur had his pro day today. We will be breaking down that. Jaxson Dart, what his pro day means, who showed up. We will break down that since I've been a little bit late and behind. Also, some trade back scenarios that I had worked up. Yes, trade back. And you're not going to believe the capital that and the people, the teams that were willing to trade up. Also, from my guy Arnie Garza, who's obviously not here because it says nobody's in the building yet. My top 10 for the Raiders. And an interesting stat about Ashton Jeanty that, man, everybody's jumping on the Jeanty bandwagon. And now I'm starting to believe he might not be there at number 6. We will break that down. And a stat that if he is there at 6, why you take Ashton Jeanty. And I mean, I don't have to just keep talking about. Can y'all hear me? Can somebody hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can I get a thumbs up? Can I get a yes? Geo Max, what's good? What's good? Make sure everybody can hear me before I just ramble on talking to myself. I don't know if everything's good. I'm on the computer that says it's 10:30, but it's only 8:30 where I'm at. So what's up? Good. All right, man. So if y'all did not watch, let me know in the comments what y'all thought about Shedeur's pro day. If y'all seen it today, if you didn't go watch the highlights, go check it out. I'm gonna give you my thoughts right off the bat. The behind the back pass, I don't know what that was. I don't know if he's trying to show off his Patrick Mahomes skills. I don't really think that was kind of a necessary thing in a pro day, but I thought it was, it was pretty funny. I've seen a lot of his short passes after like 10, 15 yards, start to wobble a little bit. Shout out, who else? Booty Snatcher in the building. Hawaiian Candy, appreciate you pulling up. I seen his deep balls look pretty decent, look better than the short passes. A lot of the short passes just seem to lose velocity after like 10 yards. A lot of the footwork I didn't expect from Shedeur because when I watched film on him and seen him in game, I don't know, if it was just the pressure of the people that were around having all these GMs and shit in the building. I thought his footwork, he had happy feet a lot for a lot of passes. He's double tapping, pity patting his feet, which I didn't see in games from him. So, overall, the deep ball, there was a lot of deep balls. They ran a lot of red zone shit. I thought some of those passes, were decent. Some of them could have been a little better. Travis Hunter's route running, I don't know what that shit was, him dragging his toes like that. Bro, you're going to have Deion Sanders turf toe in your rookie year. Like those routes, I think the dude dragged his heel or the tip of his toes like 4 times in a route. That's just crazy. I don't know what it was. People are like, oh, that's innovative. To me, I thought it was a little wild, but all in all, I thought, Shedeur had a pretty good day. If y'all seen the title, or the thumbnail, 2 peas in a pod. We'll break that down towards the end. Shedeur Sanders and Geno Smith. Is there still a possibility of Shedeur being a Raider at number 6? I believe the possibility is more now than it's ever been, which I'm probably not happy about. Maybe y'all are. I don't know. But we'll get into that. Hit those like buttons. Yeah, I don't need to read all that. Sounds good. Appreciate y'all. But yeah, I thought his, pro day overall wasn't too bad. The deep ball passes were pretty good. I guess Raider Menace, what's good? What's good? Appreciate you coming back. I was a little early or a little late on the time, but appreciate you pulling up for sure. Um, I'm gonna go live, Rebel, but I'll send you some people over here for your stream. I mean, all right. I should probably drop a link if any of y'all want to pull up. I ain't got shit else to do. Um, Let me know if anybody wants to pull up. I'll drop a link. But Ashton Jeanty, let's just get to Ashton Jeanty because it's been on my thumbnails for probably the last, I don't know, couple. I've talked a lot about Ashton Jeanty. I was saying take Ashton Jeanty at 6 when everybody said there's no way you take a running back at 6. Now it's a different story. I just don't believe he's going to be there at 6 now. And I'll tell you why. So there's been some talk in Florida, and I just left Florida a year ago. I was there for 3 years. But there's been some conversations in there from something I heard from somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. So it's a deep, long line conversation. But the Jacksonville Jaguars have been making some comments, I guess, on the Jags YouTube, which I don't watch anybody for the Jaguars YouTube anymore. I watched a couple videos when they were figuring out if Patrick Graham was going to go there and shit like that. But they are very, very high, supposedly, on Ashton Jeanty. Now, I know they have a running back in Trevor Iantine, or however you say dude's name, but he's not an Ashton Jeanty. Trevor Lawrence needs all the help he could get. They paid that dude a ridiculous amount of money. Now, a lot of people think they take Mason Graham because, they need on defense. But when you have an absolutely stacked defense, defensive line and defensive edge room and a running back room with a new head coach that just came, Liam Cohen, they believe in running the ball a lot over there in Tampa, right? So it kind of makes sense. And I believe there's also some other talk coming out, Shedeur falling, blah, blah, blah. I think he's going to the Giants. I'm almost 100% guaranteed Shedeur goes to the Giants. If he doesn't, then I was wrong. But I really have a feeling Shedeur's going to go to the Giants. Ashton Jeanty might not be there at 6. That leaves us with what? Mason Graham, Mimbu, Will Johnson, T Mac. That's not good. that's not good at all, right? So this draft could end up really, really biting us in the ass if everybody's on board in the Raider building an organization on Jeanty thinking he's going to fall to 6. Also, why we're on that, just a little stat I didn't come up with. Somebody threw it out on Twitter. I also seen it on Locked On Raiders. Shout out to my boy Q. He's a busy, busy man, but I'd love to get him on the show one time. Pick his brain would be awesome. But a little knowledge that somebody else dropped, I guess, on X or somebody he knows dropped. Ashton Jeanty, when hit behind the line of scrimmage 347 times out of his 700 carries or whatever he had last year, well over a third. 347 times Ashton Jeanty was hit behind the line of scrimmage. He gained 1,487 yards. That is first last year in all of college football. That is first the year before in all of college football. That is first the year before. That is first in the history of college football. every running back you could possibly think of. Now, I know back in the day they probably didn't have the stat tracker they do now. So you can't really, OJ was one of those dudes that, just ran people over back in the day. Walter Payton, one, my favorite of all time was that too. But that stat, the only guy closest to that is Jonathan Taylor for the Colts at 961 yards. 1,487 to 961, bro. That's almost double. Ashton Jeanty, if you don't say that's generational, please put down the bath salt. That shit is not good for you. You're going to end up like Chandler Jones. No disrespect, but I'm saying, come on, man. Like, the dude is generational. That is some shit that not to mention he had 1,900 yards after contact, but 1,400, almost 1,500 of them were behind the line of scrimmage. Behind the line of scrimmage? Who is this dude? Man, that's wild, bro. It's absolutely wild. So, um, is there only beat writer that? Wait, there's only the beat writer saying that though. They need to protect Trevor though. Yeah, I understand it's only a beat writer, and I also heard on the Q Meyer show, some lady that does predictions, NFL shot. I don't know her name, so excuse me for disrespecting. I should have probably did my homework and took notes when I was watching the show, but I didn't. So she also predicted Brian Thomas Jr. to be the pick for the Jags last year when nobody in the planet had him at that pick. So I don't know. Maybe she got some inside, knowledge. Maybe this reporter has some inside knowledge. Maybe they don't. But there's been a lot of talks, and like I said, lots of talks. And also, while we're on that subject, I go to my next segment, if you want to call it trade back scenarios. So, since I'm still, I guess, on vacation, after the funeral, visiting family, haven't left yet. Ain't really got much to do all day, but YouTube shit. So, um, I was doing a couple mock drafts, and none that I posted, probably none that I'm gonna post. They were just, mess around mocks. But man, oh man, oh man. So the first one I did, of all teams, right? Who have I been talking about when everybody questions who's going to trade up with the Raiders? There's no team that's going to be willing to, to give up capital to go get whatever player they want. Well, I mean, that's very well possible. But when you do the same mock drafts, 10 of them and 3 of them come up, 4 of them come up with the same team, the same predictions, it, you know, it's a scenario that could happen. I'm not saying it is going to happen. I'm not saying nobody's going to offer that. But they would have to offer this amount of draft picks by the points total that we talked about yesterday, right? I kind of broke it down a little bit. 1 through 16 is 1,000 points. Anything after that is 100 points. So our first round is 1,000. Whatever, however this shit works. Haven't completely figured it out yet. But for that, by that points total, the Bills offered to trade up to number 6, their 30th pick overall, their third round 56 or second round, whatever the hell it is. Their 56th overall, 169, a second round next year, and a fifth round next year, which still was a little bit over the equivalent of the points they needed to move up that far, but not much. So if a team wanted to move, from where they sit in 30, from 30 or 28, it's going to cost at least a swap of a first round, a second, a third, a fourth, or a fifth, and some picks next year. Or the Raiders probably aren't going to, they're not going to take it. So Of course, I traded. I was like, all right, boom, let's do it. Who did they pick? Bro, they took Jahad Campbell, the linebacker. I was like, damn, they traded all them picks for that. So I thought it was gonna be Ashton Jeanty or T Mac. It was not. He was still on the board at 11. All right, no, this is a different mock. My bad, different mock. So that was the trade backs. I got some pretty decent players, which they probably wouldn't be there. A couple of them probably weren't going to be there in the second round. They'll probably be gone in the first, but they were there, so I took them anyway. The next one, um, the 49ers. The 49ers sitting at 11 offered 11, 43, and 113, which is, I mean, damn, a first, a second, and a third. So shit, can't beat that, right? I took it. They took T Mac. I was like, well, was not expecting them to take T Mac, right? So they took Tedero McMillan, the Terrio McMillan, however you say it. That's why I say T Mac. Um, so they got their guy. We moved back to 11, but Ashton Jeanty was still on the board at 11, which very, very surprising, right? At 11, the Jacksonville Jaguars then offered 36, 70, 88, 142, and a second next year, which of course dropped us completely out of the first round. So I didn't do it. But I mean, you can't trade out of the first round. But you could easily, with that high of a second round pick, that high of a third round pick, and that high of a fourth round pick, easily trade those to move back up into the first and take whoever you wanted, like a Gray Zabel, which by the way, just to throw this out there, Gray Zabel went off the board in the first draft to Miami at 13. He went off the board in the second draft at 16 or 15 to Seattle, wherever they're at. In the third draft, he went off the board, I think 13th or 13th through 17th, somewhere in there. Anyways, Gray Zabel didn't even make it to 20, bro. So, man, and I'm seeing a bunch of mocks from other people where he's going in, inside 20. That's crazy. So I'm getting to the point where, damn, you might have to just move back to 11 and take Gray Zabel there, which I wouldn't be mad at it. Then another mock, Miami offered me 13, 48, and a second round next year to trade up, trade back, what, 7 spots? 7 to 6 to 13. And of course, they took Ashton Jeanty. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of people on the bandwagon for Ashton Jeanty, especially after his pro day. Like, not even having to run, kind of like Travis Hunter. Didn't have to run, didn't have to do no agility work. Um, right? His resume's on the grass. I mean, it speaks for itself. His numbers are unmatchable in college football by anybody, including Barry Sanders, LaDainian Tomlinson. The list goes on and on. Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley. I mean, shit. Just, the list goes on and on and on and on. So let me get into this chat before I get too far. That actually worked for us because we could trade back for sure, maybe twice, right? I mean, exactly the double trade back. And if you trade back and pick, and then jump back into the first round, which I'm really starting to like that. I mean, I said last night, That hey, I can put pick shit up here. My bad. Jacksonville may trade down with Dallas, Saints, 49ers. Who knows? Sanders, Jeanty may be available. I could see Sanders going to the 49ers. They trade everything for one guy. I mean, if they sign Brock Purdy, then no. But have they signed Brock Purdy yet? I don't think Brock Purdy's got a contract. Like I said, I haven't been completely up on all the other teams, just Raiders shit. But I think Brock Purdy's still out there, and maybe that's why they haven't signed Brock Purdy. You know, they're sitting at 11, right? So there's a damn good scenario where maybe the 49ers aren't completely happy with Brock Purdy and might think they have a way better future in a Shedeur Sanders and move up to 6 with the Raiders there, or move up to 5 with Carolina. I mean, or Jacksonville. I'm telling you, there's a lot of hungry teams that are deeper in this draft, whether it's 11, whether it's 13, whether it's Seattle, who just lost a whole bunch of players. They got another quarterback, but they lost a receiver, another receiver, line, dude, they lost a lot of players. So Seattle could be in that mix to try to hop back in there. They just got another third round from the Raiders. They could possibly use that to jump back in there. Mock drafts don't get into the minds of GMs, only the minds of fans. Oh, I know. Mock drafts don't mean shit. But it makes it makes a lot of sense for Jacksonville. Do you take a guy, Mason Graham, who some people had, way up there, some people have fallen, dropping a little farther than the top 5 where they had him going? You know, there's a lot of tackles in this draft. The guy that played right next to him, Kenneth Grant, I do believe, is another beast that you can get probably late in the first round, second round. Some people say he might not make it out of the first round. I don't know. There's a lot of needy defensive tackle and edge rusher teams. So I know mock drafts don't do mean shit. It's just for fun. But the scenario that they threw out of Ashton Jeanty going to the Jaguars really makes all the sense in the world. Like, you need playmakers to help Trevor Lawrence be the quarterback they drafted him to be in the first round and paid all that money to. And the only playmaker they have right now on that offense is Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, let's be honest. He's the best player on that team pretty much. And he was drafted last year. So you got to get help around him. And if you could get a guy like Ashton Jeanty, who could easily, very easily be rookie of the year, be one of the top 5 backs in the NFL his first year. I mean, come on. The guy's an explosive playmaker that's going to take the pressure off of Trevor Lawrence. He doesn't have to, make every play. He doesn't have to throw it deep every time. He doesn't have to throw 40 times a game or 45 times a game like some of the games he was doing. So it makes a lot of sense for them to draft the Ashton Jeanty. And you're crazy. Anybody's crazy to think that Ashton Jeanty is not the third best player in this draft. And I mean, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, who, has injury problems, which could continue, you know, might just be a one-time thing, might not. We don't know. Dude might have fragile bones. Nobody knows until he plays in the NFL. But you got Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and then you have to throw Ashton Jeanty in there as the top 3 guys in this draft, and generational. So if you're Jacksonville and you're sitting there, do you take a defensive tackle, or do you go get the best running back in this draft and probably possibly in the last 10 years, maybe ever? Like, it's a hard decision to make. I mean, if it was me, I'm taking Ashton Jeanty, bro. I could trade back up, or shit, with the picks they have 36. They picked 36, I do believe. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe that was the Bills, I think. But anyways, yeah, 36. Like, bro, you could easily trade that, move back up. get whatever other piece you need. Um, what else we got? That's right, GeoMix. Right. Colby Bam was good. Appreciate you pulling up. Um, my guy GeoMix says, in my mind, the only position that can be a much more of an upgrade than Geno at quarterback position would be Jeanty. Then 11-6 is a possibility. I'm all in. That's if Geno cleans up the turnovers. I got to keep preaching this. We know Geno could throw for 4,000 yards. We know he's pretty accurate. But how can you possibly be 70% completion ratio and have 15 interceptions with 6 fumbles? Man, you had 21 touchdowns with 21 turnovers, 15 interceptions, 6 fumbles. And somebody said, in a live I was on earlier, it was 93 Nav Man said in Geno's defense, he watched a lot of tape on him. Almost all those fumbles were strip sacks. And like that doesn't matter. He still fumbled the ball. If you're running with the ball out here, trying to, you don't have awareness. You don't have good pocket presence. You don't have good vision. You got to feel guys around you, and if you can't feel a guy coming towards you or see him, peripheral vision out of the corner of your eye, and know you got to tuck the ball, then it's just ignorance, bro. Those are costly plays that Gardner Minshew killed us with last year, over and over and over again. 10 fumbles or 10 interceptions, 6 fumbles. Garner was better than Geno last year when it comes to interceptions and turnovers. And we lost a lot of our games because of those turnovers. You can call it any way you want to call it and feel how you feel about it. But in my mind, a lot of those losses were because of the turnovers. Interception in the end zone against the Broncos, 100-yard touchdown. A fumble by Amir Abdullah on the 1-yard line. We lost that game, a game we easily should have won. The three interceptions in a game by Gardner Minshew, a game that we were winning at halftime, and then the third quarter he throws 3 interceptions. So turnovers kill teams. They stop drives. They stop momentum. They crush playoff dreams. And 21 turnovers is not acceptable. Now, I'm not mad at the contract. The contract is great. Spytek is a fucking genius, bro. He's an absolute genius. Geno Smith wanted over $40 million. That's why he didn't want to stay in Seattle, so he said. But we all know he wanted to play with Pete Carroll. He's had his best football in Pete Carroll. We all know that's a fact. So the fact that he said he wanted $40 million a season, and we're getting the guy at $36 million, and, I hear people saying 41 year, 38, whatever. I called it 100%. I said I would be cool with 35, 36 mil. He's not worth anything over that. Well, it's absolutely hilarious. Geno got 35, if you break it down, 35.333 million a year. Now, I've heard different takes by other content creators. I've seen different takes on Twitter and X, whatever you want to call it. Also on Instagram. Slice it how you want to. It doesn't take a mathematician to know there's $31 million he was getting this year already, right? We took over his contract. It's 31 mil. The guaranteed we'll go over in a second. But 31 mil. He got 75, not 85. 10 of that is incentives. 10.5 is incentives that he has to, who knows what, probably throw for 4,000 yards, probably throw for less than 10 interceptions would be a great incentive. I mean, I'd be happy with less than, 10, right? it 5 games, a turnover could be, a loss in a game. So five turnovers, I'll take 5 less. That should be an incentive in this contract. I'm not hating on Geno. It's just facts, dude. So 31, you got 75 mil. 75 and 31 equals 106. You take 106, you divide it by 3 years. That's how long his contract is. Equals 35 point whatever 33333, almost 36 mil. That's a damn good contract for Geno Smith. That's an absolute steal. Now, if you break down his guaranteed money, it's 66.5. I've seen people say he gets 40 up front and then 20 something, 19 something, 6 on the last year, which would be a stupid deal for Geno Smith, and his agent should be fired, in my opinion. You don't put guaranteed money on the last year of your contract. You don't know if you're going to be there. Most guys don't even get the last year of their contract anymore. They're usually cut or their contract is restructured after a year or two if they're that damn good, right? Because they want more guaranteed money and they're not going to play for, $9 million guaranteed on a $40 million, $35 million contract. So also, somebody had brought to my attention that Geno Smith, it is 2005. He's still in Seattle. He's still a resident in Seattle. That contract, I do believe, and I could be wrong. They could be wrong. That contract still is in Seattle. So he has to pay taxes in Seattle. So if I was his agent, you should have known that. And you should have been like, no. Let's take this guaranteed money that you're trying to give me and let's cut that in half and let's put it on the second year. Because the second year I'm in Vegas, I'm not paying any taxes on that shit. So why do I want to pay taxes on $40 million in Seattle or 35, whatever, 36 guaranteed? However they work it out, they could make it add 9 more. But anyways, before I go to that, so if he does have to pay taxes in Seattle, it'd be stupid to get all that guaranteed money up front. Just what what I'm saying. Also, I've seen a breakdown where he's guaranteed 31 mil that we took over his contract, right? They add another 9 to that this year. They pay him $40 million, all guaranteed. Which again, if you're paying taxes in Seattle, that makes no sense, bro. So hey, Geno Smith, if you need another agent, I got you, bro. Got you. But so yeah, I mean it's a pretty decent deal. And Spytech also, worked it out with it being like that. And even if it, if they give him the 40 mil up front and he only gets, 20 or 19 or 15 of it next year and part of it the third year. However, it's still, if we draft a quarterback or Aiden O'Connell steps up and takes the bull by the horns and decides, bro, this is my team. I ain't giving this shit up. This is my job. You're going to have to beat me for it. They can easily get out of the contract or keep him around. Or if Geno balls out this year and throws for, 4,000 yards again with 30 touchdowns or 35 touchdowns and under 10 interceptions. And we draft a quarterback that's competing or pushing him that they believe, hey, let's roll with this dude next year or see what he's got next year. And let's not pay Geno all this money. Let's get trade value for him. They could easily do that also. Keep in mind the position. Did I read that? Yeah. Cool. Make sure. I'm cool on missing on studs. We can always bulk up the trenches even more. I agree with that. Bro, Geno now has a better O line, better receivers, no doubt. Well, that's funny. I mean, I was trying to make that point in the live that I was in earlier, and everybody in that live seemed to think that he had way better weapons in Seattle with DK Metcalf, with Jaxson Smith, with Tyler Lockett. Who the hell was their tight end? I can't even think. Uh, you know, they were arguing he had better weapons last year than he's going to have this year. And you could possibly say that. A lot of his passes last year were sideline to sideline. I mean, you had DK Metcalf. You could throw the ball. Downset hike, one Mississippi, two Mississippi, throw it. He's gonna go get it. He's gonna win the jump balls. You also had, Jaxson Smith, who was a killer rookie last year, who tore it up. So it wasn't a lot of passes over the middle, which I guess Brock Bowers caught a lot of passes on the sidelines last year also because he ran a whole lot of outs. Which hopefully in this offense that all changes. But I believe he has just as good as weapons. People keep underestimating Jacoby Myers. I mean, what does the guy got to do? He had 0 drops. I don't even know if that's ever happened in the NFL. Somebody find that out. Hey, let me find this shit out. She probably won't answer the question right, but hey Siri, has there ever been a receiver in the NFL to have 0 drops in a season?
Something went wrong.
Something went wrong. What the hell's wrong with her? Anyway, I don't know, but I've never heard of it. That's the first time I ever heard it. I was absolutely in shock. I was like, dude, he didn't drop any, not one. That how do you not say that's a number one? If that's not, even if it's happened once or twice before, to catch everything thrown your way from Garner flipping Minshew from Ritter. I mean, Aiden O'Connell, like you're catching everything and go over 1,000 yards for the first time in your career. How is that not a number one receiver? Like, I just don't see the logic in some of the Raider fans saying we have to, we have no receivers. I get it. There's not a lot of big names. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe everybody wants, the DK Metcalf, the Justin Jefferson, the big name players. Furpo, my guy, appreciate you. Raiders. And I believe that's the fact. Everybody just wants, that big name receiver. Like how does that big name receiver work out for us? I mean, we spent a lot of money for Devontae. I believe we would have got our worth from him if we kept him. He had 1,200 yards the first year with over 1,200 yards with DC. One of his best years, if not his best year ever, receiving total wise and touchdowns. The next year with Aiden O'Connell, Jimmy G, and Brian Hoyer throwing him the ball, he still went over 1,000 yards. So that worked out. But then you have Antonio Brown. Then you have Randy Moss. Then you have, guys we drafted like Hayward Bay. Like going and getting these big time name receivers has not worked out great for us in the past at all. So I believe we're going to keep doing the same thing. Spytek, Pete Carroll know what they're doing. They're not going to go out and spend all this money on these big name guys when they believe they can get the same production for way, way, way less price. Way less price. Maybe not the exact same production, but they're going to get all they can get out of them. Raiders had 2,000-yard receivers, and I can't remember who was throwing the ball. Geno will have a great year. You know damn well who was throwing the ball. It was Garner Minshew, bro. Come on. Don't even act like, come on. Got the big mustache, Uncle Rico. You know who he is. AOC, the cerebral assassin. Come on. And fact 100, if Aiden O'Connell didn't come in and play the 7 games he played, I don't know if either one of those guys would have made it to 1,000 yards. Wasn't it Brock's biggest game? Maybe it was Ritter. But I think two of Brock's biggest games We're with Aiden O'Connell as quarterback. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. um, over that mountains, yeah. All right, so let's get into the next segment. Break it down. So the next segment of the day is my favorite player in the whole entire draft that I was on the bandwagon shit. And I stopped talking about because I hate to be that dude talking about players that everybody's talking about. So when people finally catch on to what I'm, picking up what I'm putting down, I kind of back off a little bit, like I said, and find me that other guy. That's why I kind of went to Riley Leonard. But Old Miss, Jaxson mother flipping Dart, bro. I'm telling you. This kid is a first rounder. I said it all year long. I said it before he whooped my Arkansas Razorbacks with 6 touchdowns and 500 yards passing, 600 yards passing and 5 touchdowns. A school record for both teams. Fucking the kid is him, bro. Jaxson Dart is an absolute beast. He can do anything you want him to do. He has that, Josh Allen mentality. I'm gonna run over guys if I have to. I'm gonna jump over guys. He can beat anybody on any given throw, any given time. Sometimes that hurts him, sometimes it doesn't. However, his pro day, he killed it. He killed it at the combine. And I know Ashton Jeanty, and I know we got a quarterback, and it's probably not going to be the pick at 6. But damn it, I still want Jaxson fucking Dart. Anyway, at his pro day, you had none other than the Steelers, the Giants, the Browns, the Saints, the Jets, and yours truly, the Raiders. All checking out Mr. Dart's pro day. There's a reason the Raiders were there, bro. They are very, very, very high on this kid. And I said that shit since they went to the very first shit he was throwing at the Senior Bowl. They were showing up at his games, having scouts show up at his games. People said I was full of shit. I'm like, I'm telling you, there's Raider scouts at his games for reasons. They really like Jaxson Dart. Yes, they were at all Shedeur's games. Yes, they were at Dylan Gabriel's games. But they were also at Jaxson Dart's games. They are very, very high on this kid. Now, if they take him at 6, could they take him at 6? Bro, there's been crazier shit done. There's been way crazier shit done in the NFL. And I've broke down on this channel how many times teams have taken quarterbacks that did not belong in the first round. And there's hundreds of them, right? At least 100 plus. He's better than all those guys, dude. Jaxson Dart is better than all of these guys. His timing is better. His throwing is better. He can use, work on his arm strength, accuracy a little bit. His footwork is there. He's damn mobile. He's not even fast. He's got that, I hate to even bring it up, but he's got that Patrick Mahomes style run to him where he's crafty, right? He knows when to run. He knows how to, squeeze through seams. He can get skinny and squeeze through guys and not be tackled. The dude is a magician when it comes to running with the ball in his hands. And I love the shit out of Jaxson Dart. I'm just saying this because if Shedeur goes number 3 to the Giants, if Ashton Jeanty doesn't make it to 6 and goes number 5, do you take a chance? Do you take a chance? Or, well, I know they're not going to take a chance. That's crazy, right? We don't need a quarterback. If they did, I'd be shocked. But if they did, I'd be stoked, bro. I'd be ecstatic. I know people say you don't take this kid at 6. We'll get to that in a minute. The Saints are picking. I don't know where they're at. I should have probably wrote that shit down. We know the Jets are right behind us at 7. you're not going to get a lot of draft capital moving up one spot. You might get their 7th spot and, maybe their 3rd round if you're lucky. The New Orleans Saints, I hear, are very, very, very intrigued by Jaxson Dart. Another team with a brand new head coach. Cap hell, right? They have cap hell. How do you get out of cap hell? You get rid of Derek Carr and that ridiculous ass contract he has. And I'm a Derek Carr fan, always have been. I don't care. Hate it, love it. Kiss my ass. I don't care. DC did a lot for the Raiders. We won't get into that. The contract he has with the Saints is ridiculous, right? And he restructured it, brought it down, but it still got them in cap hell. And they have a lot of players in the same scenario. So if you could trade draft capital and it's not a lot, and you can go get Jaxson Dart or Shedeur if he's there, I could see the Saints doing this. I could see the Saints definitely doing this. Now the Browns, as bad as mistakes as they made in the past with Deshaun Watson, to letting Baker Mayfield go, the list goes on and on with that organization. Like, we could talk about this for hours. What's wrong with the Browns? I could really see them pulling the trigger on a Jaxson Dart. The Steelers, they've never. I don't think they move up to get Kenny Pickett. I believe they moved up to get Kenny Pickett. I don't think they were picking at 1. They're never that bad. Anyways, for them to move up to get a Jaxson Dart, if he was sitting at 6 for the Raiders, would cost them their 1st, a 2nd, or a 3rd, probably a 5th or a whatever, and a 1st next year or a 2nd and a 3rd next year. It would be outrageous, right? It would be like crazy, crazy shit. And I don't know if they're willing to do that. However, Mike Tomlin might be on the ropes with his job. He's walked out on reporters. They've asked him questions that he's not cool with. The owners have said he's not going anywhere. But he's been there a long damn time, and they continuously make the playoffs and lose. And how long do you put up with that shit till you just like, man, maybe we need a change and it's time for a change? So with your job on the line, do you roll the dice and go get a quarterback that some say, is the 2nd best? I say is the best. I don't care what you say. I'd take him over Cam Ward. Also, I do believe it was Mel Kiper or something had the Saints picking him at 9. Aren't they picking it somewhere at 9 or something? And everybody thought that was crazy. Everybody, went off on Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper's the king of drafts, bro. If he's saying the Saints at 9, he's got some inside info that somebody does that a lot of us don't know. If anybody's got inside info, it's Mel Kiper. So if they're willing, to possibly take a Dart at where that 9, wherever they're sitting, if Shedeur falls to 6 and they ain't expecting it, do they have Shedeur above Jaxson Dart on their board? Are they willing to trade up for a Shedeur? These are all questions we have to ask. So I still feel like this draft is just going to be absolutely crazy with the amount of trades. And last year we didn't have a crazy amount. The year before it wasn't too bad. This year I see people moving all over the place. Like, there's just too many teams that are in the back 25 to 32 that feel, I'm sure, that they're just 1 piece away or 2 pieces away, that don't have high picks and haven't had high picks in probably 5 years or 6 years because they're always winning their division, but they can't get over the hump. How do you get over that hump? You make drastic decisions. You throw picks at people. You move up in the draft and you go get your guy like a Ashton Jeanty. I mean, could you imagine Ashton Jeanty with Josh Allen with the Buffalo Bills? I mean, damn. Could you imagine if they just went crazy and was like, all right, we're going to move up and get Ashton Jeanty. And then we're going to be crazy and do what Houston did last year. And we're going to move up and, take a guy like Walter Nolan somewhere in the 20s. Or maybe they stay at their 30 pick and they just throw 2 first rounds and a second and a third to move up and be like, shit, we don't need the picks next year because we're a running back away and a defensive tackle away, which, I mean, come on, they're pretty close. Yes, they had a damn good running back last year, but I mean, I don't know. The Bengals also, they got rid of Joe Mixon, right? Do you move up and take a guy like a Mason Graham, who a lot of people say is, the number one guy in this? Or shit, do you move up and take a guy like Mikael Williams? Mikael Williams is scary out of Georgia. Like, to me, he's right up there with Abdul Carter. Call me crazy if you want to, but go look at his tape the year before. Last year, and I didn't even know this shit. I just found this out today. But last year, the man played. I don't know what the problem was, but his leg wasn't good, and he couldn't put pressure on his right leg or left leg, which is the inside leg, which he plays on the right side. So that's his plant leg. He couldn't put pressure on that leg. Still played the entire season and had the numbers he did. Absolutely insane. The dude wasn't 100%. Now, I know you can say Abdul Carter, had the crack in his foot, which it obviously didn't bother him because he didn't know, but he also, hurt his shoulder and played with, that injury also. I believe he had a hand or wrist injury also. The dude's a walking Band-Aid. But, bro, Mikael Williams is scary, freakishly good. I don't know why I didn't watch more tape on him, but yesterday I was like, oh my God, dude, this kid, if he wasn't injured, what he could have done is crazy. What he did injured is crazy. And I don't think that's an injury that's, a major concern, or he's going to, put him out of the combine or put him out of camp or any shit like that. I believe he's good to go. But damn, there's got to be teams that see what I can see. I'm just a fan. Like I'm not a scout. I would love to be. If anybody needs one, shit, I'm in. Sign me up. But the bend, the get off, the footwork, the handwork, dude. He has everything you need to dominate in the NFL, and it against the best. I'm talking, the best tackles in the league. The kid is freakishly good. Also, one of my favorite dudes is Nick Emanwari. It's, to me, is a one of a kind safety, bro. Like, you don't get guys 6'3", 6'4", whatever he is, 200 something pounds that runs 4.39 40s. That's fucking, come on, man. Stop. And they got this guy going in the 20s. There's no way. There's no way. Pete Carroll, I believe, moved up to get Cam Chancellor in the first round. I don't know where he took him. He was damn good, right? He was a freak, but he wasn't a freak like this. This dude is freakish in every aspect, bro. Like, you could put him in the box. He's going to play linebacker. You probably put him in middle linebacker. Like, he probably had to adjust a little bit, but I believe he could play there too. Like, the way he moves his hips, you could probably get away with putting him at corner. I mean, if you're Pete Carroll and you draft this dude at 6'3", running a 4.39, I mean, if you could turn Richard Sherman into the corner he was, why couldn't you make Nick Emanwari a corner? Like, he would dominate the NFL. Dominate the NFL. It wouldn't even be it would be ridiculous, bro. Ridiculous. But Chef, what's good, my guy? I'd rather see Will Howard reunite with Chip Kelly. Um who will succeed Carroll? I don't know if anybody's gonna succeed Carroll. He might be here 5-6 years, bro. We don't know. We don't know. If this man, comes in and starts winning right off the bat and can stay the energetic, healthy Pete Carroll that he is, bro, I don't see him trying to leave. I don't, especially if he's winning, he's not gonna walk away. He ain't going nowhere. You think he's gonna retire, walk out on top, say he takes the Raiders to the playoffs this year, next year, and the year after? Come on. And he's that close? That close? He ain't going nowhere, bro. Or say we just barely missed the playoffs this year, make them next year, make a little run. Come on. He ain't going nowhere. If he's healthy, Pete Carroll's going to be here. Like, he might succeed, down the road, but how long Chip going to wait? He's up there in age also. But I like Will Howard. He impressed the shit out of me against Notre Dame. Not as much as Riley Leonard did. And I'm gonna say this shit till I die, because one of these days Riley Leonard's gonna get his shot in the NFL and people are gonna be like, Raider Rebel knows football, bro. I'm telling you, that dude knows what he's talking about. But he might not ever get a shot. Riley Leonard is a dog, but Will Howard, ran way more in the playoffs than I've seen him run all year. So he does have that aspect that I didn't know he had. He's a big guy. He's a strong guy. He takes hits. He gets up. His combine was horrible. It was nasty. His pro day was much better. It was night and day, right? He looked like a totally different quarterback. I don't want that in a quarterback. If you could look completely awful, like you shouldn't even be in college football or be in the NFL. I mean, I've seen high school kids that had better combines, can throw the ball better than he did at the combine. And that's not a knock on Will Howard. Maybe it was just an off day. Dylan Gabriel, the same thing. Jalen Milroe was even worse. These dudes had bad combines. And then you go to your pro day and you're throwing to receivers that you're used to, receivers that have chemistry with, have timing with, and you look good. That to me, that scares me, right? That's a red flag. I'm like, whoa, shit. Wave that shit in the air. Red flag over here. That's just my opinion. Now, he can develop, he can be good, but really, was Will Howard even Chip Kelly's choice? Was it his first choice? I don't know. And maybe one day I'll get to interview him and I can ask him. It'd be great to know, if that was his guy, or if they already had him coming in when he took over the job. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't his pick. Maybe it was the head coach's pick. But Will Howard did show something, in those playoffs. But he also had Emeka Egbuka, which is probably my top 3 receivers in this draft. Between him, Savion Williams, man. But yeah, and then the rookie, I don't even remember his name. The rookie came in and just lit it up and was better than Emeka Egbuka. Not to mention, you have Trey Henderson, and you got Junkins, and you got a solid ass offensive line. Like, Simmons wasn't no joke. Wait, Simmons, Conley, whatever the fuck his offensive line was, right? It wasn't no joke. So, excuse my language. I forgot to cuss. But Ohio State had one hell of a team around them, right? And I would have loved to see what Riley Leonard could have done in that offense. I think they would have won the championship by a mile, bro. It wouldn't even been close. Put Jaxson Dart at Ohio State. Come on, man. It's game over. They're going undefeated and they're beating teams by 20, 30 points a game, bro. It's not even close. Just my opinion. Just what I seen. Um, but Will Howard does have, he knows the terminology. The language is going to be different, but he knows, what Chip Kelly's trying to do. It's not going to be much different, which is why I say bring in a guy. If we don't get Jeanty, bring in my guy Judkins, bring in Ibuka, bring in all those Ohio State guys. The more guys you can have, you know, help the other guys in the building learn the plays, learn what they're trying to do, learn the terminology together. I guess it helps. It helps tremendously, right? Tremendously. But yeah, so I mean, with all those teams that showed up to Dart's Pro Day, I don't know how high they are on them. None of us know how high they are on any of these guys. But I do know you don't just show up for a reason, right? You don't show up if you're the Steelers in the 20s to look at a guy that, a lot of people say might not go in the first round. You sure the hell don't show up if you're the Giants, the Browns, the Saints, the Jets, or the Raiders if you don't believe he's a first round pick, right? You don't waste a top 30 visit on a guy you don't feel is a third round pick. Now, you might waste that top 30 visit and go to his pro day hoping, he falls. But come on, as a GM and a head coach in the NFL with Spytek's knowledge and Pete Carroll's knowledge, I know damn well both of those guys know that there's a lot of bad drafting teams. There's a lot of bad organizations with, very, very poorly run who make horrible drafting decisions every year. And they got to know he's going to go in the first round somewhere. So if you like the guy, you have to take him at whatever spot you could take him at or, trade out of it. And that's the way we might end up with 3 Buckeyes in the draft. I wouldn't be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad at that one bit if it was Miki Ibuka, Judkins, and maybe their offensive lineman. No, I wouldn't be mad with Will Howard. I think he has potential. And if he comes to us, I think it's the right spot, right? You got 2 years to sit on the bench and learn. But I have to ask, bro. I have to ask. Is Will Howard really better than Aiden O'Connell? I mean, honestly, if Aiden O'Connell, the numbers he put up in Purdue, crushing Drew Brees' records, all that shit. Yes, I know he was there longer, whatever. But come on. The way that kid stands in the pocket with that offensive line, that running game behind him, I think Aiden would have lit it up in Ohio State. Now, it's just hypothetically, I don't know, but I believe that dude would kill it in that offense. And I think he'd kill it in the NFL if he had, an offense and a team that believed in him that could build around him. But I'm just asking because Aiden O'Connell has 2 years already in the NFL with 17 starts, and he's still on a rookie deal, only making 1.2 mil. I mean, do you really take a chance and waste a 3rd or 4th round pick on a guy like Will Howard that's really, honestly, probably not going to beat out Aiden O'Connell the first year, probably not the second year? I mean, Aiden O'Connell is accurate as hell. He can throw the deep ball. He can read defenses. He's very decisive at the line of scrimmage. Like, those are things that, you're going to have to learn from a rookie quarterback, whether you're Cam Ward, Shedeur, Jaxson Dart, Will Howard. I think he's already a step ahead right there. Now, you could say, Will Howard can run for first downs and shit, but Aiden O'Connell showed that he could last year. I wish he would have ran straight forward instead of sideline to sideline. I'm not going to lie, it scares the hell out of me every time he takes off running. But he shows he can if he has to, right? So I just don't think, wasting a third round pick on a guy like Will Howard or a fourth round. Now, if he's there in the fifth, maybe, but still that's high for me. That's just high for me. Just for the upside is going to be a pocket quarterback that nobody wants in the NFL, right? Everybody's moving on from pocket quarterbacks. Nobody wants Aiden O'Connell because he can't make plays with his legs. It's just another one of those pocket guys. So to me, it's a waste of pick. Now, if you took a Tyler Shuck, I think that's going to be a totally different story, right? Because he has a strong arm. He has the experience. He ran a 4.6 40. He can make plays with his legs. That's a totally different game, right? He's probably going to, give Aiden all the competition he can handle just for the fact that he's mobile, which is the only reason I believe Geno starts is because he brings that mobile aspect. But if there was a game where the Raiders said, okay, y'all got 3 seconds to throw the ball on every one of these plays, but you can't leave the pocket, I think it's close, bro. I think it's very, very close. Very close. I don't know who wins. I know Geno's accurate as shit. I know a lot of that accuracy comes from throwing to DK Metcalf. I mean, let's be honest. It also comes to throwing to Jaxson Smith, throwing to Tyler Lockett. He's got dogs that are going to come down with a lot of them balls. But if you put those dudes neck and neck and be like, all right, let's just battle it out, kind of like they did last year when they were throwing into the targets, the nets that were on wheels with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell, and Aiden was hitting the center of every target, boom, 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 and Gardner Minshew was throwing the shit over the top of it, was throwing it at the wheels, fucking, he threw it like so far over the top of that thing. And I was like, bro, this is going to be our starting quarterback. We're doomed, right? I mean, it was so we'll see in camp because they're going to have probably those same kind of drills. When it comes to just throwing accuracy, I think Aiden O'Connell has the up on pre-snap reads, on reading defenses, even at his young age, because he doesn't make stupid decisions. And people say he doesn't, he holds the ball too long. Well, he didn't get sacked 50 times last year. Matter of fact, he didn't get sacked anywhere near 50 times last year. In the 17 games he played, which is equivalent to a season, he still didn't get sacked fucking half of that. So I mean, I don't know, bro. We're talking about a mobile quarterback that's supposed to make plays with his legs to help us out, that fumbled the ball 6 times in a season with 15 interceptions and was sacked 50 times. Now, you could say his offensive line was trash, but he's a mobile quarterback. You're supposed to get away from that. That was the whole scenario with Gardner Minshew last year. He's a mobile quarterback. Why are you taking sacks? Why? Because this ain't Geno, because Geno does not do this. But Garner fucking panicked under pressure in the pocket, and he ran himself into sacks over and over again. The pocket wasn't breaking down. They had their guys. They were running their guys past them. They were holding their own. They were double teaming. The linebackers were doing. I mean, the running backs were doing their job, stepping up in pass pro. And Garner would just panic, dude, and run with like 2.5 seconds. Now, I know Geno had 2.9 seconds or 8 seconds to throw the ball last year, which is ridiculous. You got to get the ball out fast. And the Packers going to collapse. But when you're that mobile guy that everybody says, we need a mobile guy, he only ran for 2 touchdowns. He only ran for 256 yards. So you're going to tell me, hypothetically, would you take 21 turnovers with 2 touchdowns and 256 yards? Or would you take, the hell was his number? 11. 11 touchdowns. 11 turnovers. Wait, how many sacks? 14. 14 turnovers with no running yards. I'm taking the 8 less turnovers, bro. 8 less turnovers is the equivalent to possibly 8 wins. Like there's a big difference. This is what I'm saying. Like the mobility doesn't mean shit to me. Like I know it does to a lot of people nowadays in the younger generation. Like you have to have a mobile quarterback in the NFL, but you don't have to have a mobile quarterback to win. I mean, it helps. It does. It helps every aspect. It's a dual threat. It puts pressure on the defense. You can run RPOs. You can run read options. I get it. You can run all that shit. It helps, but you don't have to have it to win. Who's everyone want in the first round? You got to go Jeanty if he's there, right? I mean, you have to. If he's not, trade back. I mean, I don't know. Who do y'all want? 13 people in the building. Mark Carbone wants to know who's everyone want in the first round. Agree, Tony. Jeanty with Bowers and Mayers would be potent. It would be unstoppable. And where did I miss that? Where the hell did he say that? Oh, I don't know. Chef says, I think I want a running back, wide receiver, and offensive lineman in the 3rd and 4th rounds. I like that. Jeanty, Bowers, Mayers would be potent. I mean, it's an unstoppable duo, right? It's an unstoppable duo. Trio. They're gonna be nasty, bro. Teams are gonna be. They're gonna have to make a choice, and especially if you get Ashton Jeanty. Now I know you can get a Judkins, you could get a DJ Giddens, you could get a the Bashul fucking damn it, what's his name? The running back Bashul. I don't know which. He's growing on me too, man. The dude is nasty, bro. The dude is growing on me. But you could get a running back like that. It's gonna be nasty. But those mobile yards don't mean shit unless it's a fucking first down that you're getting. If you're getting first downs, I get it. But we're getting a mobile quarterback that turned the ball over 6 times running on the ground, fumbled while he's trying to make plays to only 2 touchdowns. That's 3 games that we could lose right there. that's 6 games you could lose because of a fumble. Come on. You could have a 17-19 game. We're driving. Geno tries to run for a first down. He strip sacked. It's a fumble. They pick it up, run for a touchdown. Game over. Or they pick it up, drive down, kick a field goal. They win by 1. Turnovers matter in the NFL, bro. I don't know. I don't know why nobody is getting this shit. I get it. He's an accurate passer, but if you're so accurate, why did you throw 15 interceptions? Like, if you can complete 70% of your passes, why did you throw 15 interceptions? A lot of those interceptions were downfield shots. Now, Rich Gannon, what was his record? Didn't Rich Gannon complete like 80% of his passes or 78% of his passes or some shit the year we went to the Super Bowl? I believe it was way the hell up there. Like NFL tops. There was a reason for that. 5-yard dumps, 10-yard slants, hitch routes, out routes, crossing routes. They didn't throw the ball over 20 yards, but once every 3 games. Now, I'm not saying Seattle did that last year because they threw the ball down the field with Geno. but not a lot. Not as many as they did when Pete Carroll was with Geno. They took way more chances down the field. So they took less chances down the field, which upped his completion percentage, but he still had 15 interceptions, bro. That's hard to overcome when you only throwing 21 touchdowns. Now, if you look at Patrick Mahomes, there's years he's had 14 interceptions, 12 interceptions, but he had 56 touchdowns, 49 touchdowns, 47 touchdowns. That's a quarterback making up for his mistakes. 21 touchdowns with 2 of those on the ground and 21 turnovers is not a quarterback making up for his mistakes. Is why Geno Smith was a backup for 7 years, 8 years, whatever it was, until he went to Seattle. Now, I'm hoping, of course, I'm rooting for the dude. I hope he does good, but I'm just saying, if he doesn't clean up the turnovers, we're in the same scenario as we were with Jimmy G. We're in the same scenario as we were with Gardner Minshew. A bomb-ass offense, a pretty stout killer defense, which we should have this year. You know, we had last year, even with the injuries when Wilkins and Crosby and Kuntz, we still had a pretty damn good defense. We were ranked 15th in points. Like, we held teams to, you know, just a little over 100 yards. Like, we weren't the worst. If we could have just not turned the ball over, we could have competed in a lot more games. So I just feel like that's the only way we're going to get better, is to make Geno not have to do so much, take the pressure off his shoulders. And that the only way to do that is go get the best receiver in this draft, which, I mean, you could probably get in the second or third round, probably, you know, because there's a lot of teams that are overlooking a lot of receivers I see, or at least there's a lot of mock drafts and shit overlooking these guys. But if Jeanty is there, bro, you just have to take him. You just have to take him. It makes Marshawn Lynch, I mean, it makes Geno's job easier, just like Marshawn Lynch made Russell Wilson's job easier, right? Would Russ Willie have been, you know, what he was without Marshawn to take that pressure away from him? And everybody says we don't have the offensive line. We don't have the team to draft Ashton Jeanty at the 6th spot. Either did Seattle. He had just took over that team, right? He just took over that team. They traded for Matt Flynn. They draft Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. They go trade. They built the team all together, and boom, they're in the playoffs. They're fucking constantly in the playoffs. 2 Super Bowls. Our O-line should be much better this year. Where you from, Rebel? Where you live now? Just asking. I live in Arkansas. I'm from Cali. I'm a Cali boy. Moved to Arkansas. Played football and shit out there. Pops was out there. Moved out there to raise my kids. Right now, I'm in Lake Havasu, Arizona. So if anybody's in the surrounding areas, you know, wants to meet up, talk football, maybe do a live, I'd be down to do that. But yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Lake Havasu, Arizona. Enjoying the limelight. Fuck him. No, I'm visiting family. But I reside in Rogers, Arkansas. It's like 20 minutes from the Razorbacks, Fayetteville, Razorback College. Raider Menace says, I'm with you. Appreciate it. Jeanty. If he's there, man, there's gotta, you can't be that stupid as a GM, is what I'm saying. Even if you're the Browns, bro. I mean, even if you're the Cleveland Browns, how do you pass on Ashton Jeanty? You've missed on every quarterback you've tried to bring in, from what's the dude they just traded from UCLA? The 3-name dude. I can't remember. I gotta stop smoking. They just got rid of that cat. So the Browns have missed on everything they tried to do, bro. And that team definitely needs help. Why not start with the Ashton Jeanty? I mean, why not start there? It makes sense to me. Chef says this much line should be the O line should be much better. I guarantee, but it's gonna be way better. It's gonna be way better. But don't be surprised if it's the same. And what I mean by that is don't be surprised if the guys that had that spot last year keep that spot. Meaning JPJ at center, which there's been talks of him going to guard. And the only reason I think they would do that is if they draft Gray Zabel. Now, hear me out. Hear me out. Gray Zabel could play guard. He could play both guard spots. He could play both tackle spots. Maybe they like him better at center. I don't know. The combine, he played a lot of center. The Senior Bowl, a lot of the practices was at center. Maybe because teams wanted to see him at center more. I don't know. However, Raph, what's good? What's good? Appreciate you popping in, my guy. I forgot what I was talking about. Gray Zabel. If they could trade back, or not even trade back, dude. Like you wouldn't. I mean, it's a draft pick, right? It's a draft pick. We picked Alex Leatherwood. We've picked Hayward Bay. We've picked Darius Arnett. I mean, Damon Arnett. Why am I drawing a blank on all the shitty people we've picked? Fucking Alex Leatherwood. And I mean, I'm not out on my guy Tyree yet, but it was a horrible pick at 7. We've picked shitty, and I broke it down last night. If you didn't see the show last night, go check it out. But I broke it down last night of all the first round of all the picks we've had since 2012. And almost every single pick was considered a reach by whatever site I was on. I don't know. I can't remember. But which is wild, bro. We had like 2, maybe 3 each year that were graded decent. The rest they considered reaches. So with our draft history, would it really, really be so bad? And I've said the same thing for Ashton Jeanty. Would it be so bad to draft a Ashton Jeanty, at 6? Hell no, because somebody's going to. And I believe somebody might take him before that. Because there's teams that are going to be willing to trade up. Shit. There could even be a team that likes him so much that they'd be willing to give 3 first rounds to the first. I mean, if you really think you're a Saquon Barkley, a LaDainian Tomlinson, a Barry Sanders, a OJ Simpson, fucking Eddie George, Jonathan Taylor, Saquon, if you think you're that back away from making a deep playoff run and possibly competing for a chip, didn't we say this last year? Fuck them 3rd round picks, right? Everybody wanted to give those picks away to go get JD5. I believe Ashton Jeanty has that potential to turn a franchise around like that. And if I believe it, there could possibly be some GMs that believe that shit. And maybe one of them's the Giants. Maybe one of them's the Browns. Like, I mean, that would turn the whole entire draft around. Just say scenario. Say Cam Ward goes 1, right? Abdul Carter number 2. where we go from there. Forgot what I was getting at. No, Abdul Carter goes number 2, right? Shedeur 3 to the Giants, which makes a lot of sense. I just said earlier, I don't think Shedeur gets past the Giants. I really don't. Unless their guys Dart, I don't see a quarterback getting past them. So before I get sidetracked, forget what I'm talking about. The Giants take Shedeur. Then you have the 4th. Trying to remember this shit off the top of my head. I don't have notes. You have the New England Patriots. I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I say they take a Mimbu or a Will Campbell. I really, really see that happening. You have Drake May. You need a guy in the first round under a 5-year deal. You're not paying out your ass for to protect your quarterback. It's blindside. You go get your guy, right? So you take Campbell. That leaves Jeanty. Did I say Travis Hunter? Did somebody pick Travis? No. That leaves Jeanty, Travis Hunter, Mason Graham, Tedero McMillan. Like, what do you do then? What do you do then? There's a very, very big possibility with how I just named the draft falling that Travis Hunter could be sitting there at 6. Like, I know it's crazy, it's wild, but like I just said, if Cam goes 1, Abdul Carter goes 2, Shedeur goes 3, Will Howard 4, Ashton Jeanty goes 5 to the Jacksonville Jaguars, or maybe Mason Graham. But you still have a Travis Hunter sitting there. That's a very, very, very big possibility. Now, you not only have your corner for the next 10 years, but you also have a wide receiver, off and on. You could put in key moments on third downs, in the red zone, fucking anywhere you want to use him, right? Travis Hunter to the Raiders would be absolutely insane. But there's a very, very, very high possibility, like very high possibility that the draft could fall, just like I said. In fact, you should probably write that shit down because I'll say it again. Cam Ward, Abdul Carter, Shedeur, Will Campbell, Ashton Jeanty. Leaves us with a lot of decisions. Well, not really. Leaves us with no decisions. Basically, you have 2. You take the best player in the whole entire draft that somehow fell to you at 6, or you trade back, because every team in the NFL that's left is going to be wanting to move up to try to get Travis Hunter. Like, that's crazy, especially teams 9, 10, 11, 12 that, that really don't have to spend a ridiculous amount of draft capital to move up. Puts us in a very, very good position. On the other hand, you could have Cam Ward go. You could have, how I think it should go, Travis go number 2, Abdul go 3. Then what? Say Mimbu goes, maybe they like Mimbu. Because Patriots, they have to take an offensive lineman. You have to get the best offensive lineman to protect Drake May, in my opinion. You just have to. They stacked the defense. They stole a bunch of our players. I really wanted Chase on. I didn't want Spillane to go, but I'm not mad at it. He got his bag. He deserves it. But yeah, they stacked the defense. You're the Patriots. I don't see them not going offensive line again, unless Travis Hunter's there. Then maybe they go Travis Hunter, because that's how do you pass on that shit, right? you give Travis Hunter to Drake May, or you and then shit, let him play corner once in a while. Like, let him slowly work in the corner. Just put him at receiver. He makes more money that way, right? Makes all the sense in the world. But there's a lot of situations. People have us taking, nobody really has us taking an offensive lineman at 6. Maybe all those offensive linemen fall. Maybe Campbell's sitting there, Mimbu's sitting there. If they're sitting there, Banks is there, Zabel's there, all those dudes are there. Do you build the trenches like Spytek has said over and over again? Even Pete Carroll has said nonstop, it starts in the trenches. It starts in the trenches on both sides of the ball. I just don't see him taking a lineman that early. With the everything that Spytek has said in every one of his meetings leads me to believe that they could go get a guy like George Grant that everybody's talking about right now that probably will be moved inside the guard. The guard from Arizona. What the hell is that? Good Lord, what the hell is his name? Hold up. I gotta see if I can find it. I think I just had it on here. Fuck no. Shit. But y'all know who I'm talking about, man. That guard from Arizona, that big Hawaiian dude is crazy, crazy, crazy good. Build in the trenches. I believe they're going to build in the trenches. But from everything Spytek has said and everything that I know about Pete Carroll from, watching him in Seattle, watching him at USC, doing everything I can possibly find on him in the last, month, all his drafts, everywhere he's been, the style of players he likes, just tells me they're not going to swing in the first round for one of these guys. They believe they can get talent in the later rounds and develop them, just like they did DJ Glaze, just like they've done Munford, like they're trying to do with Dalton Wagner, which is another thing. Maybe Dalton Wagner takes that step. Maybe that dude worked his ass off all off season. Is like, I'm tired of being on a practice squad. I want to make a roster. That there's a big possibility there too. So I believe this offensive line is already solid. Like I said, look to see a lot of these same faces there. I know we just went and got can't remember Kappa. We went and got Kappa, paid him $5 million, right? Everybody thinks he's a starter because of what Spytek said. He said he's a starting guard in the NFL, and he doesn't expect him to start, but he expects him to compete for that job, and pretty much sounds like he expects him to win that job. However, there's a guy in Jordan Meredith, that's been doing everything he possibly can to earn that job, and it wasn't given to him. Yeah, he got put in because of injury scenarios, but they couldn't take him out because he was so good. He was our highest graded offensive lineman all last year in every category, in run, in pass blocking. He didn't give up any sacks. He only gave up like 3 pressures. Jordan Meredith was an absolute dog last year. What it's 6'3", 6'4", 320 pounds, whatever he is. The man is a monster, right? He's not giving that position up. So I don't see him giving it up lightly. I just see him getting better. I see him working out this offseason. Hopefully he's in the building with Max Crosby and JPJ, and those guys are in there getting after it, because I think Meredith has a lot of potential, and I really liked Meredith. I liked him before they started playing him. I thought he was better than I thought he was way better than Andres Pete that they tried to put in. He was definitely better than Whitehair, and I thought he should have probably should have been competing for the starting job from the jump with Colton Miller being hurt. we probably should have moved the offensive line around, but we didn't have, a great head coach. He was kind of young, new to the shit, didn't know what was going on. And I don't know how much the guys, the older guys in the room helped him, but our offensive line is still pretty nasty, pretty nasty. They're not big household names, but again, like they're guys that can play the position. And Parham, I've talked shit about his size, but I don't hate on Parham, bro. For being 6'4", 280, the man holds his own, right? He holds his own. Now he sometimes he gets pushed around, and yes, that leads to to turnovers. If you from fucking back to the turnover thing, yeah, but that leads to turnovers from our quarterback and shit. But I believe, I don't know what Pete Carroll's son is like, but I do know the games I watched from Washington State last year, where he was the offensive line coach and the running backs coach. They ran the ball pretty damn well. They didn't have, an Ashton Jeanty, obviously, but they didn't have a holy shit, my shit's about to die. They didn't have a DJ Giddens, one of these top running backs. But they ran the ball pretty well, and they blocked pretty well, pass pro, run pro. And I believe with him coming in with Joe Philbin, Philbin still being in the building, I believe these guys are going to take that next step. Now, JPJ, as much as everybody loves, his wildness, that Raider tenacity that he holds and carries, he's got to clean it up. He's got to clean up the penalties. He's got to clean up the mistakes because he made some mistakes. He did, give up some pressures. He did give up some plays. He did snap the ball to a quarterback that wasn't looking and wasn't ready. These are things that we have to clean up. And I believe he can do that. Whether he's at guard or center, it doesn't matter to me. Like the kid showed he played left, he played right, he played center, and he showed he can play all three positions. That's why I say we go get a Gray Zabel. And our line is done, bro. It's solidified. When Colton Miller's done, you move Gray Zabel over there. Or if Mumford takes that spot, so be it. But you put him, you put a Gray Zabel wherever you want, wherever he wants, pretty much. I think he's gonna pick wherever he wants to be because that dude is that dominant. Like just watching him play, he's a freak. So if you could trade back and get a Gray Zabel like that, to me, I'm gonna say it makes us a playoff team. I mean, you have to get a running back, right? You have to get a damn good running back. But shit, if Ashton Jeanty is not there and we have to trade back, or we just if he is there and we get offers we can't refuse, because that's a possibility too. They might have to choose between taking Ashton Jeanty or 3 or 4 picks or 5 picks, depending on how far they are. So, man, I can't wait. Under 3 weeks away, we are almost there. How much time I got on this battery? Hold up. Fuck. Give me 1 second. Damn it. How unprofessional. Oh. I did everything but plug in the damn computer. Fuck it. But yeah, Hondo had us taking Zabel in a mock. Man, Hondo always trying to steal my glory. Um, it makes sense, bro. Gray Zabel's the best lineman in this draft. Sorry, I'm hungry as hell. Um, Gray Zabel is by far the best, in my opinion, the best linebacker or the best offensive lineman in the draft because of his versatility, bro. His tenacity, his willing. Um, the Mikael Williams I was talking about, the dude's a freak. He was he was bitching that dude. He was bitching the Mike Green. Mike Green, also the defensive end from Arkansas State. David, damn, bro, getting old sucks. There's just so many names. so many. I've gone through thousands of names in the last couple month and a half, but what the fuck is his name? Anyways, you know what I'm talking about. Damn it. But yeah, with Gray Zabel's versatility is it's just scary, bro. You can play center, you can play both guards, both tackle spots. That versatility, you got one lineman that can play, if he's not even if he's not a starter, right? If he's not a starter from the jump, you got a guy that can fill any position. That takes a whole lot of roster spots. We don't have to have 8 offensive linemen or 10 offensive linemen on the roster. We could get away with, you know, 7 or 8 just because you got a guy that can fill in all those spots. And have some guys on the practice squad, which gives us a whole, we can add more linebackers, which we could probably use on the roster than we had last year. There was a lot of guys hurt. We didn't have many choices. More DBs, more defensive tackles. Makes a lot of sense. But my guy Arnie Garza, I guess, didn't show up tonight. So, hell's Mr. Garza. So I guess I'll break down these top 10 tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will be breaking down the my top 10 players that I think the Raiders should draft. And also, we will be mocking it up. We will be getting mocked up Saturday. So, pull up. If you want to pop in, I'll drop a link. Nobody said they wanted to tonight, so I didn't drop a link. But if anybody want to pop in, help make some picks. Yeah, we'll do a mock draft. We might do a couple mock drafts just to see how the board falls, to see what the scenario is. I heard somebody say that every time they try to do a mock draft, Ashton Jeanty is gone by 6. Now, I hit him up to find out where they doing these mock drafts at, because I've done 100 of them on every site you could possibly think of, and he's always there at 6. So I don't know, man. Maybe I'm on the wrong sites. I don't know, but yeah, if we took Gray Zabel, it changes everything, bro. It changes everything. Can't keep track of all these names. Be glad once the draft is over and we see who our players are, right? Let's get into the combine. Let's blow it up. But, I have a feeling, a really, 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 really good feeling with this draft. I love Jalen Walker. I think he's the best linebacker in this draft. I mentioned Nick Emanwari, just crazy, crazy good. Jahad Barron, like this is the problem, is there's so many guys that we need on this team, not just our necessity, that we need, that are game changers. And if we can just get 2 of them, man, that it makes all the difference in the world of us making the playoffs or not making the playoffs. And I know, if you didn't watch it, go check it out. Yeah, my boy Walker. Yeah, he was working all them tackles, dude. All them tackles. all the guards until they got to Gray Zabel. Boy got worked. Got worked. Yeah, dude was nasty. And they were playing him at guard. They didn't even put him at tackle, which is his natural position. They played him, they were doing drills at center and guard, and he was just murking fools. So I don't know. The way we've picked, and as talented as he is, you could justify taking a Gray Zabel at 6 if you really believe that's your dude to help this franchise for the future. Because for 2 reasons: one, if everybody agrees or is close to an agreement, there's a lot of knowledge in that building, and if y'all could come to a close agreement to believe that he, is even should be mentioned around number 6, that's a reason to draft that guy. Number 2, he's not going to be there after probably 12 or 15. Like, he's going in the first round, and it could be mid, it could be late. I see it being early, like early mid. I just don't see him getting past like 17 or 18 or anywhere in there. So the Raiders would have to make a ridiculous, crazy move to pick at 6 and then try to trade back into the first round if you really thought that was your guy. To me, that's just too much, too much hoopla. Just go fucking take your guy, bro. If you feel that's your guy for the franchise to build your team around, to protect your quarterback that could come in and start in day one at whatever position you want him to start, I'm not mad at going and getting him. Now, if he turns out to be an Alex Leatherwood, that's a different story. But we all know that's not going to happen. It's night and day. Alex Leatherwood should have never been drafted at that spot. And if anybody believes he should have, y'all are on that basalt again. But yeah, man. So that's all I got. Shedeur, bank it, Giants. I'm telling you. And I don't think Ashton Jeanty gets past Jacksonville. Now, that's all I got. Any other questions? Anybody else got anything? Appreciate all y'all pulling up. Hit them likes. I can't tell if any. Hold on, wait. I'm not leaving yet. Give me a second. I need to see. Damn it, not that. Fuck. How many people are subscribed to my channel in here? I mean, how many people are members? I gotta shout out my members. I keep forgetting. I'm new to this shit. Again. New to this shit a year and a half later. Again. Let's go to this one. Damn it, it's not letting me watch. Where am I going? Fuck. All right, well, that shit ain't working, but what's going on? But yeah, again, tomorrow we will break down some mock drafts. We already broke down the Geno contract. I hope everybody's straight on that. Oh, one thing I didn't say on the Geno contract. I don't know why I keep looking over there. The camera's right in front of me. Because there is the hell is that? Oh, sorry, I was looking. There is a very big possibility that even with him on the roster, that they still take a quarterback at 6. You have, if Shedeur is there, he's been comped a million times to Geno Smith. That's where everybody puts him at. Is Geno's comp? It's not a reach from where everybody has Shedeur. And if Brady feels like that's their guy, you know, I'm not gonna like it, but damn, obviously it's there. It's for a reason, right? They believe that Geno in 3 years can help Shedeur, be that guy, but they also have to be very, very 100% that Shedeur is willing to be that, to be a backup for the first time in his career for not just 1, but possibly 2 years. Now, that's hard to swallow for me. So it's probably going to be very hard to swallow for Shedeur Sanders, right? We know, I don't want to say ego, but his confidence in himself, his character. Do y'all feel if we drafted him at 6, do you think it would work? Do you really think that he would be happy sitting for 2 years behind Geno Smith? Jack Kenna in the building. What's good? What's good? Yeah, I'm live, man. Always live. Kenna always pulling up late. No, I'm just messing with you. But what do y'all think? I mean, how do y'all feel? That man in the building. All right. Hold up. Give me a second. Wait. I think I can just pop the link on here. Fuck it. Copy. See if this works. I don't know. See if y'all can pull up. I don't know if can or not. Why does it say my stream? Oh, that's not mine. Yo.
What's going on?
What's good? What's good, my brother?
Yeah, get Kenna in here.
Yeah, where's he at? How you doing, my brother? What's Jack Kenna doing? How'd the live go over there on the
Oh, that was a good time.
other channel?
It was a good time. There was lots of beers drank.
Hell yeah.
Yep. So you might have a substandard amount of me on this one.
Hey, whatever amount we could get of Navman 93, we'll take, right?
Come on, man. Shoot. You guys are freaking great, man. Red, you the man.
Hey, shit, we'll take what we can get over here, right?
Yeah, shit, right?
As long as we can get you away from that other channel, we good.
Hey, my background's a lie, by the way, just so you know. It's a huge lie.
You're right. You're like, the house is not looking like that.
No,
Where the hell
the flag ain't no lie, though.
Kenna, click the link. Where are you at, Jack Kenna?
Yeah, click the link, dude. He had that issue a minute ago, too.
Couldn't get in.
I think he's technologically challenged.
And Jack has a big issue with his phone being charged all the time. So.
You're right. I think he
I
was
don't know
on
how
his,
many lives he.
I think he was on his. I think he was on his computer. I'm pretty sure he was on his computer. That's why I'm looking up, because I'm looking at a big screen and my computer's the one with the camera on it. I can't get this camera on the top of the screen to work right. So it looks like I might be starting a channel probably around May 1st.
Nice. Hell yeah, that'd be fun.
Just trying to gather all the info I can from all the other dudes and make the most informed decision on how to operate it, you know?
Right. Yeah, it's definitely therapeutical.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely
Sometimes we
therapy.
get a little carried away, but
Shoot, who gives a damn? We're all grown-ass men, grown-ass people, right?
right.
Come in here. And if you ain't grown-ass people, you don't belong in here.
Right, and shouldn't be in your feelings and shit.
He's on his phone
on my
again.
phone. So Kenneth says the links aren't working on his phone.
Shoot that link again. I think if you give him a different, because I picked up the first one you sent. It may be because I might have got it before his. Nope, it's the same.
The same one?
Yeah, it should. You should be able to pick it up. Oh, he wants it on email if you can.
Oh, email it to him. I don't have your email, Kenna.
This motherfucker bossy.
Right? Hold up. Let me see.
We're trying to talk Raiders shit, man.
Right? Fucking Kenna. Let me see if I got him on IG. Maybe I can send it that way. Where the fuck is Jack Kenna?
Where the fuck is Jack Kenna? See, it's nice I can get on a channel where I can throw the F-bomb anytime I want because, you know, with Chris and all them, it's kind of like, I just don't like to F-bomb that thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not something you can do on Chat Sports. No, I'm saying.
No, on Chat Sports. No, I'm talking about just Chris for Raiders. He's not a big cussing guy. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Well, it you know, I try not to because you know I understand that there's children that watch and I forget that sometimes, but if there's a kid watching my 50-year-old ass, they got to know that, you know, I'm grandpa style. So you got to get over some cussing, man.
Well, and what was kind of cool on that last stream was that Raiders 24, I guess kid dealing with some medical issues. I have no idea what they are, but he was right there, right at the end of the stream. And we were all able to yell Raiders so he could hear it.
Nice.
Said made him smile, freaking, and all that stuff, man. That just warms my heart.
Right, man. Yeah, that's definitely something you gotta love being a part of. That's awesome.
Tony's asking me who plays the piano in the family, Nav man. My wife plays my piano.
She knows all the keys.
She knows all the keys on my piano. She's like freaking oh shit, I can't even think of a famous piano player. She's Beethoven. She's Beethoven on my piano. She's not blind
on the piano.
She's not blind though.
Hell yeah, so I heard old Gravy finally jumped on the Ashton Jeanty bandwagon. When did that happen?
Who?
Gravy. Coach Gravy.
No, that's not a bandwagon thing. That dude, so he's a running back coach. That's what he is. So he's all about, it's like best running back available. And Jeanty's the best thing ever. I'm like, cool. That's great.
I was arguing. Well, I asked because I was arguing with him like a month ago, and he was saying Jeanty wasn't worth a 6th round pick. I do believe. I'm pretty sure.
Gravy? No way.
Yeah, it was like a month, not even a month ago, and that's why I was asking. I was like, when did he get on the Jeanty thing? Because I could have swore he was never on the Jeanty thing.
Well, and I shot and he was on the Jeanty stuff, and I shot him the negatives and the positives. And here's the negatives. You want to look at my stats? Hold on. Let me put my glasses on.
There's not very many.
My stats are, in 3 years, he had 1,030 touches. That's a lot of mileage. That's
yeah.
Okay. That's 950 carries. Okay. 950 carries in 3 years. However,
that's a bunch.
However, last year he had 43 catches, 43 for 554 yards.
Yes, sir.
So he can catch, contrary to popular belief.
And the year before, he had even better than that, right?
Oh, yeah. So, no, he had 23 this year and 43 the year prior.
Yeah, yes. 43 the year prior. So, yeah.
So,
I mean,
and the thing is, last year, 374 carries. Guess how many fumbles?
You only had 3, right, last year?
0.
See, I said I had 0 too, but I've seen two different scenarios. One said where he fumbled twice last year.
He fumbled twice on catches.
On catches?
Yes.
Yeah, well, he had the 2 fumbles in the playoffs though against Penn State.
Yeah, not lost though. The only fumbles recorded are fumbles lost.
I thought they lost one, but I know he had twice they knocked the ball out, but I don't know if they recovered him or not. But I broke down the stat of Ashton Jeanty earlier when I started that I seen. So Ashton Jeanty, when hit behind the line of scrimmage, right? He was hit behind the line. He was hit behind the line of scrimmage 347 times. He gained 1,487 yards after being hit behind the line of scrimmage.
Who does that remind you of?
Nobody. There's no
Sanders.
But let me finish the stat. Let me finish the stat. In the last or in the history of the NFL, the only person close to that is Jonathan Taylor with 961 yards when hit behind the line of scrimmage. Only one close. That's almost half. And Jonathan Taylor, of course, plays for the Colts in the NFL right now. He is the only one close to that. Ashton Jeanty is first in the history of college football with 1,400 yards, almost 1,500 yards when being hit behind the line of scrimmage 347 times. That is the craziest stat I've ever read in my life, dude. That is freakish.
There's no question. But it was in the Mountain West.
Just saying. It's still, you got like, people say that, but the college football is this, the same as the pros. It's the 1% of the 1%ers, make it to college football. There's so many high school kids that, that don't even get close. So it's not like these dudes are scrubs. They're getting paid NIL money. And if they weren't, there would be somebody else taking their place. So they're not, might not be the most athletic as these big schools, but they're still grown men. Like you're still playing against dominant dudes.
Jeff over here freaking throwing me shade. And that man like a nomad going from show to show. I think it's more what you're trying to say, Jeff, is like a hooker. Just going from one to the other. You know what I mean? Except for the fact I'm not getting paid for it. Jeff, get your butt in here. Get in here.
Negative is running back players. 7. That man like a nomad. Pop in, Jeff. The link's up. Maybe it's only letting me pull 2 people in. I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
I might have to fix it.
Find out. At least
Jeff, try to hit that link. See if you can come in.
Just see if it's good. If he can get more than one in with him.
Jeff throwing shade on people today, huh? Man, I've seen the
Jeff throws shade. That's what Jeff does. He's the shade thrower. That's what he does.
I seen the outfit he had on before I jumped in my live. I was
that nasty onesie made me want to puke. I was ready to puke.
Don't listen, Jeff. I like it. Rock that shit, bro. Rock that shit. Hey, I got one too. I'm not gonna lie. I got a black one. I got a black onesie that
Look,
got Raiders shit all over it too. That my sister got me. I wear that shit when it's cold outside. I ain't gonna lie.
I got a onesie too, but I'm not showing that shit to you
Yeah,
guys.
I'm not as brave as Jeff. I'm not taking pictures in it.
I'll tell you what, if there's a chick wearing that stuff at his size, ain't no damn way. I would have barfed. There's no question. Going for a smoke and PP. That's what he said. Going for a smoke and a PP. Jeff is my brother, but surprised Jeff showed it. I am too, actually. Look at that. Hey, the background's fake, but that's not.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, it sucks. I hate not having I got my green screen with me, but it's got nowhere to hang it up behind me. So I don't have no Raider shit in the background. I hate doing lives like that. I feel naked.
Yeah, no shit, right?
I'm like, where's all my Raider shit? I got no Raider shit.
Raiders.
So if Ashton Jeanty's not there at 6, who you got us taking?
I don't even want him at 6.
You don't want Jeanty?
No, I don't. But if we do, then we do. I honestly, Reb, this coaching staff, this front office that we have from the top down now, Mark Davis is sipping cocktails in freaking the Bahamas. He don't even have to worry about doing shit but writing checks at this point.
The way it should be.
That's exactly what we need. We've done smart stuff all the way. So you can't have a good running game without a good O-line. You can't have good defensive back end without a good D-line. You can't have good wide receivers without a running game. So did I just say my 1, 2, 3? Just saying.
Yeah. I feel like our offensive line is, we're not the greatest, but we're on the verge. Last year, if you look at our offensive line, and everybody knows I'm the stat guy. Like I love to break down stats, but our offensive line from December on was ranked 13th in the NFL.
Yes, was not terrible.
So
Colton Miller got better.
That's 13th in the NFL, where we had one guy or two guys play at least every position on our offensive line. Some positions there was 3 or 4 different guys. So with all that, we still ended up with the 13th best offensive line at the end of the year. And if we can improve on that by getting a guy like a Gray Zabel in the later rounds, or moving back up to get, or trading back to get, I think that, or even a guy like a Grant or Willie Lampkin that, somebody brought to my attention in one of the lives the other day, an offensive guard that is just a freak. I don't know how this dude is not like talked about on everybody's board in the top 20. Like, the man is crazy good. So I believe with Spytek and the way that Pete Carroll drafts in his 14 years at Seattle, they only drafted 4 times in the first round. They took a guard, a tackle, a safety, and a defensive end. So, he likes to go offensive line. And we know that Spytek says he loves his picks. So I could see them taking, like Spytek said, the best tackle from a smaller school and moving them into a guard spot, which, that shores up our offensive line. And if you could get that guy to be a Gray Zabel, our offensive line is fixed. Defensive wise, I believe we already have one of the nastiest defensive lines in the NFL. I mean, if you look at it, you have, Malcolm Kuntz,
Tyree.
You have Tyree, which,
Max.
I compared Tyree to Jalen Carter's numbers in 300 less snaps. He only has 2 less sacks. He's better at run blocking, at run, run defense. So Jalen Carter, for all the shit that everybody says, we should have took Jalen Carter instead of Tyree. Tyree missed a year or half a year. Last year was his rookie year, and his stats are not very far behind Jalen Carter's, but he has 300 less snaps. So
Right.
he's coming around, and he's just going to get better. Then you have, Christian Wilkins, who's coming back. You have Jonah Lalu, who played his ass off in the middle, stopping the run, putting pressure on the quarterbacks, running down quarterbacks. Just with those 5 guys alone, it's, 6 guys. It's going to be hard. And then you have Adam Butler that's still in there. Who knows where we draft in the late rounds? We probably still go get a defensive line. But I just, with those guys that I mentioned, I find it hard for them to all get enough snaps to be happy. Adam Butler, I didn't even name Adam Butler. So, Adam Butler is going to be out there. That if you draft a rookie high, especially at 6, and take a guy like a Mason Graham,
no,
and I'm not saying Mason Graham. I'm just saying, but if you draft high and take a defensive tackle or a defensive end, say Mikael Williams, or even if you go Jalen Walker or something like that at 6, like,
hey, bueno,
I could see Jalen Walker because it's more like a linebacker thing. But if you go defense, I just don't see him getting on the field that much. That's way too high of a pick in the first round, in my opinion. So I don't think we go defense. I don't think we go offense from the way Spytek and just the way he talks about the draft and taking guys that top tackle from a small school and move him over to that guard spot until he gets acclimated to the NFL, and then possibly moving him back over, which they did a lot in Tampa. So I just don't see us taking any one of those positions in the first round. And we have our quarterback, so that to me the best possible available is Jeanty. Like it just if he's there, he's the 3rd best player in the draft between Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter are the only ones better than him graded on everybody's boards. Like, so if you have a chance to take the 3rd best player at 6, you just can't pass on that. And if you look at the players we've drafted, Josh Jacobs, Napoleon Kaufman, Marcus Allen, Darren McFadden, all 1st-round picks for us, all are in the top 5 Raiders all-time rushing lead. So it just makes sense, as a Raider fan and as the Raiders, it's due. We took Josh Jacobs. He was rookie of the year, like Ashton Jeanty is way better than Josh Jacobs was ever in college. Now, I know Josh Jacobs had guys in front of him. He didn't get the carries Jeanty did, but to me, it just it makes too much sense to take Jeanty if he's there. But
hey, you mind if I take a moment and
No.
call everybody right quick?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, bueno, comedian. It's like the best comedic duo in a chat. Me and Bueno together.
I'm not Bueno. Yeah, that's my boy. He's funny as fuck.
Yeah. Tony. Jay Raider. Jay Raider's in the house.
Yeah, one of my diehard supporters, man. I don't have many, but
who is that up here? Damn it, I missed somebody. Oh, Jeff. I'm not sure if Jeff's here anymore. But if Jeff's here, Jeff's the shit. And he
just
gets
Raider,
that.
Baby. Appreciate you.
Yeah, that's Jay Raider. Yeah. So, and Jack Kenna, if he can figure out his technical issues, we actually might be able to actually see him. But
there's a link in the chat. There's a link in the chat if anybody wants to pull up. If it doesn't work, let me know, because it might just be I can only have one because I'm not on
Jay, pop in if you want.
I'm not on the plane.
Oh no, Jeff is here. A good thing I didn't talk shit.
Oh, you're gonna stop talking about his outfit now that he's in the building?
No, he had the freaking goddamn onesie on, freaking looking all freaking suave.
I remember the first time this channel, I thought it was Raider D, and I was ready to start trolling. You did start trolling. I was like, "Who the fuck you calling Raider D, bro?"
Yeah.
Yeah, No Bueno came in and started talking shit. He was like, "Fuck Raider D." I was like, "What?" I had my shit all grown out, and that's why I had to shave. It was No Bueno is the reason I got my shit all trimmed now.
It's not
I was like,
Bueno.
bro,
It wasn't
nothing
Bueno.
against Raider D, but I just don't like to be called other people's shit.
It was
The link
it was
doesn't work.
Mal Bueno. Bad and good at the same time. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm working on tomorrow's show at the moment, Nav man. Okay.
oh yeah.
Good job, Jay. You don't have a minute? Just 1 minute.
Just 1 minute.
Email, bitch. And Jeff says,
Yeah, Kenna, check your email, bitch. I don't have Kenna's email, so I can't send him the link. But I just want to know if it works. Like, does anybody else pull up?
No, we won't even have to have a chat if we keep it going.
Right? Mm.
I'd rather have a link that doesn't work than a onesie. That's what Jack said.
Fuck Jack Kenna.
Jeff is spicy. The Bueno says he's spicy.
He was spicy in that Raider outfit, bro. You should do like I'd be doing some catalog shit. Let me send that photo in.
God, dude, that's Raider esque shit up in Allegiant, like poster board shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. You might send that shit. I'll just be sending that picture to everybody. You never know. You might be on the billboard inside the stadium, bro. That'd be shit. Oh, there's Jeff. See, it does work.
You send that onesie picture to freaking Max Crosby, I guarantee it's on the Rush. There's no question it's going to be on the Rush.
I don't know. Won't bother
Do
me,
it. Do it, Jack. Jeff, blow that shit up. I would.
Fucking Jack can't handle technology.
Yeah, he's a technological.
It doesn't work. What do you mean it doesn't work? It's working just fine.
Well, that's fine for me.
Shit.
Not Bueno. What are we doing? We're gonna play tonight or what? Bored.
Jeff.
I just spent fucking 3 hours on the show with the guy above me. I don't want to spend any more time.
Get that what?
Fuck.
Gravy.
I'm coming on here to support Rebel.
Where's Gravy at? Pull him up too.
Gravy did all the talking though.
Yeah, he's not the biggest Aiden O'Connell fan.
No, he's not. He's not.
Gravy was all about the running back. He's like, oh, I'm going to tell you about some running backs because I'm a running backs coach.
Jack, I sent you an email. Yeah. I actually copied
the link. He doesn't like Dylan Labe. I don't get it.
To you.
I don't get it.
So, Jack, it should work for you. It's in your email, bitch.
All right, so who y'all got it first? Who you taking at 6?
He's playing left field.
Nobody.
No, he's the catcher.
Back?
I based on what we're thinking, the defensive line, if Kuntz is what we think he's going to be, and Tyree right behind him is going to be what he is.
Who's the we when you say what we're thinking?
I'm just saying.
You and him?
Hey.
I'm just saying, if you think our defensive line and our front is good, right?
I think it's good.
You're calling it a top 10 defensive line.
I think easy.
Edge to edge, right? If you call it that, then, and you call our offensive line healthy all the way across, and JPJ's a center, by the way. Just saying, the center. Then I think our needs become pretty easy, right?
Mhm.
A wide receiver, a running back, and a linebacker.
Yeah.
I mean, in the draft, but not at number 6. None of it at number 6. You know what I mean? I just don't see a number 6 call on this. If they scream Jeanty and they go Jeanty number 6 and he's there, I'll be like, all right, let's roll. All right, now we need a linebacker. Now we need this. Now we need that. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But it's like, if we're comfortable with what we have on the two in the trenches, then we can start talking about skill positions. Because if you don't have that, skill positions don't make a shit difference.
Yeah.
You know, they really don't.
I kind of feel the same way. I've been like, I mean, I did my first mock draft. I took Jeanty, and every mock draft after that has been trade back. And like, I've been talking shit saying, so I started this trade back shit because nobody was on the trade back train 2 months ago. They was all, Shedeur Sanders, right? It was everybody was Shedeur Sanders or Mason or T Mac. Jeanty was way out of the picture. You can't take a running back in the first round. And I was team trade back. And now everybody's like trade back, but it really just made sense. Now, you could say you don't take a linebacker, but a guy like a Jalen Walker, I mean, come on, teams have moved up to get Fred Warner. I mean, you can list linebacker after linebacker taken in the first round that have panned out. Same thing with running back. But you got, guys sitting there like a Jalen Walker that is a freak. Right? And, he's a game changer, and he's a guy that's going to be a linebacker for 6, 7, 8 years. The dude's 21 years old. Like, it's going to be 7 years before he's even in his prime. I don't see taking a guy like that at 6 being a bad scenario if you don't have the right offers to trade back. Because I mean, let's be honest, there's no guarantee. What's good, Kenny?
There's no shit. Conversation's over now.
There's no guarantee that forgot what the fuck I was saying. I don't even know what the fuck I was talking about. But Kendall don't have a picture. Fuck me all up. There's no guarantee that that a team's gonna be willing to trade up to number 6. Like I said, there could be that scenario where Cam Ward goes number 1, Abdul Carter goes number 2, Shedeur goes 3, Will Campbell goes 4. Like I said earlier on my live, y'all missed it, but I really have this weird feeling that the Jaguars could take Ashton Jeanty. They have no playmakers on their roster but Brian Thomas Jr., which they drafted last year. They need to do anything they can to support Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, yes, you have, Trevor Etienne, but he's not an Ashton Jeanty, bro. Like Ashton Jeanty, you have a dominant running back that can catch out of the backfield, that, takes pressure off of Trevor Lawrence. Why take a Mason Graham that people are, starting to say arms might be too short? You need offensive playmakers. So if you take Ashton Jeanty at 5, bro, that leaves us Travis Hunter. That leaves us T Mac, Will Johnson. So if it falls in that scenario and you got Travis Hunter there at 6, I'm taking Travis Hunter. I'm taking him all day. I mean, that shores up your receiver, your corner, either one or both, or half and half or whatever you want to do. But there's a very good possibility the draft could fall like that. I mean, very, very high possibility.
You just got to think of the politics involved in that. If Jeanty or Travis Hunter are at 6,
yeah,
difference in a trade back for that. If we decide that's not what we want, the trade back value for that to maybe 9 to the Saints or something like that would be a 2026 first rounder plus yours and a second rounder this year.
Oh yeah, you'd have to to move up. I mean, if you go by the points scenario, which I broke down on my live last night, it's 1 through 16 is 1,000 points.
Yes,
and then one anything in the first round is 1,000 points, and then 1 through 16 is 100 points, or anything past 1 through 16 is 100 points. So
yes,
if we're sitting at 1,600 points for that sixth spot, ninth spot is only 12. They'd only have to come up with 400 points, so which would be like a third round, or a second and a third. Something wouldn't be crazy. But if if it's like the Steelers that are trying to move up from 21, then you're looking at 2 first rounds, a second, and a fourth or something in there, because they have to come up with a crazy amount of points to make up the difference right there. So having Travis Hunter, if he falls to 6 sitting there, do you really trade back, or do you take that guy like that?
No. What I'm saying is, yeah, you can do it on a point scale. You can, but it's all about what the other team values it at. It's not about
what they need. Yeah, if they need that guy, I get it.
But I guarantee you, Travis Hunter sits at 6. That's a 2026 first rounder.
Oh yeah, it's got to be. Easy. You got to get 2 first rounds. But the same thing as Jeanty. If Jeanty's there at 6, and somebody like say the Saints are, the Dolphins. The Dolphins just lost their running back. They went and got Madison. That's not going to cut it for the season, bro. We know how that works. The Dolphins are sitting at 11 or 13. They could easily jump up to 6 and take a Ashton Jeanty also. With Tyreek Hill, with Waddle, but that would be a difference maker for that offense to have an Ashton Jeanty in that offense. So,
it's just going to be a business decision at that point. I hate to say it in an AP manner, but it will literally be a business decision. It'll be like, okay, do we really need Travis Hunter? Do we really need Jeanty? Right now, which one? What do we really need? And the thing about it is,
both.
If we needed a running back to go to the Super Bowl this year, Jeanty is my pick at 6. In fact, I'd trade up to get him. But that's not the only piece we need. We don't need a running back. We don't need a wide receiver or a corner, you know what I mean, to go to the Super Bowl.
I have to disagree. We do need a running back. We had the worst running game in the history of the NFL last year at 69 point yards a game rushing with 2.8 yards a carry. That is the worst ever in the history of the NFL as far as I'm concerned. Like, with 3 running backs, you can't win games like that. And, I know we went and got Mostert, but he had one good season with 1,000 yards, 21 touchdowns. Everything, after that has been 500-600 yards, the same as Madison. So that dude's not going to carry the load. You need an Ashton Jeanty. That's the key piece we're missing. Like, we just broke it down. Our offensive line is, anywhere from 13 to 15 to, if you're somewhere in between 10 and 15, that's a playoff caliber offensive line. Our defensive line should be in the top 10, if not better, way better, in my opinion. But if they're even top 10, that's a playoff defensive line. We're missing a running game. You have to have a running game. And Jeanty gives you not only a running game, but he gives you a passing game out of the backfield. And he gives you the opportunity of not having just a running back in the NFL. He gives you the chance to have a top 3 or top 5 in the first year as a rookie. He's easily top 3 or top 5 in the NFL, in my opinion. So
I think Jeff,
that gives you a different aspect, and it takes the pressure off of Geno to not have to throw those balls or force those balls or have to make plays with his legs on third down, or because most of the plays are going to be short yardage. You got to Ashton Jeanty, bro. The dude averages 9 yards a carry. Come on, every time he touches the ball, like it's going to be a cakewalk with that dude. It makes it so easy for any quarterback having an Ashton Jeanty. It just, how do you pass on that? It's generational. Like I said, there's nobody in the history, even Barry Sanders, that has the numbers that the dude has in college after contact, before the line of scrimmage. That's more than generational. That's historical, bro. Like nobody's ever done that, and you can't pass on a guy like that. If you do, you're a failure as a franchise, in my opinion. Now, you can look at all the guys we've passed on to take guys like, last 2 years ago, we could have got Jalen Carter, right after that. Right before that, we could have taken Bijan Robinson. We got Tyree Wilson. I mean, we're passing on guys that can help this team, but none of them that we passed on are going to help this team like Ashton Jeanty is going to help not just this franchise, but any team he is drafted to. The guy's just a game changer. So, I mean, there's no way you can pass on that, in my opinion. It's just, every stat that he has is generational, and you can compare him to Barry Sanders, but Barry Sanders quit the NFL and left after like a couple years, bro. Ashton Jeanty ain't gonna be that. He's gonna probably play as long as he possibly can. 8 years. I mean, yeah, it's a long time, but still, he was still healthy enough that he didn't have to walk away. He could have played another. He could have played another 4 or 5 years. Is what I'm saying.
I'm done. We're not winning, but I'm running for 2,000 yards every year. You know what I mean?
And the fact that to go pay for a Saquon Barkley, it's gonna cost you $20 million. I mean, Philly just bumped him up to what, 2 more years, $20 million a year. To go get a Josh Jacobs or any of those dudes now, it's gonna be $13, $14, $15 million a year. You got a chance to get a guy that's going to be top 3 or top 5 on a rookie deal for 4 years with a possible 5th-year option. That opens the door for next year, the year after that, and the year after that, and have a dominant offense with a Geno Smith or whoever is there. Like it just makes all the sense in the world that Jeanty's the pick.
Reb, I just think Gravy got his freaking arms wrapped around you like a freaking goddamn anaconda.
Oh, don't go there, dude. I was on the Jeanty shit way before Gravy started his channel. No, I'm just kidding.
Jeff, what you think, man?
Trade back. I don't want Jeanty. I've been on the trade back since we picked up Geno.
Gravy got on the Jeanty train watching me, bro. No, I'm just fucking with him.
Once we lost that third round pick, that extra third round pick, I was like, all right, it's time for us to think about trading back so we get extra picks going forward. We could pull off 2 extra picks this draft, depending on who we trade with.
Yeah, the big thing is
that's my feeling.
If we were a running back away from a Super Bowl, I'd be all about freaking Jeanty at 6. I'd be all about trading.
I believe in the decision makers.
Trading up to get him.
I just don't agree with if they're going to go with a running back at this number 6 pick. We've got so many more holes that are more immediate. Because it's just, if there was, say, maybe only 4 running backs this entire draft that were worth the shit, okay, you get the best one available if he's there when you pick. But if there's multiple running backs like this year's draft, it's so hard not to pass up on them. Well, it's easy to pass up on the first pick anyway. Get one later on.
Let me ask you this, Jeff. If you wait till the second round to say Judkins, there's no guarantee you're getting him. There's no guarantee you're getting Travion Henderson. There's no guarantee you're getting DJ Giddens. There's no guarantee you're getting Caleb Johnson. There's no guarantee you can get any of those guys. The only running back you're guaranteed to get is taking Ashton Jeanty at 6. That's the only guarantee.
It's the only guarantee.
So if you have guys on your board,
how many did you just name?
Be gone and not be there, then you're just taking
named like 5 or 6 guys.
But then you're just taking a running back to take a running back, because if somebody takes the running back that you had, on your board for the second or the third round, then you're just taking a running back to take one because your guy's not possibly there. If your guy is there at 6, you know you're going to get him. There's no question about
But
it.
is he
Like,
really the guy, though? That's the way you got to look at it.
I
But
mean,
that's
yeah, if he's not their guy, but why would your general manager go to a Boise State, right? Boise State, the only player there is Ashton Jeanty. Not
Mhm.
only did the general manager was the only general manager I think in the building there at Boise State. The rest were GMs. I mean, the rest were you know, coaches and staff and shit. I think he was the only GM there. Maybe I'm wrong, but the fact is Ohio State and LSU both had their pro days on the same day. There's 15 prospects coming out of Ohio State. And not to mention the guys coming out of LSU. There's 5-6 guys coming out of LSU, pretty decent prospects coming out of there. And your general manager goes to Boise State to watch Ashton Jeanty and then take him to lunch and all that
Because you
shit.
got the 6th pick. It's the only player that's doing a pro day that day. You got the 6th pick. If you don't do your due diligence
No, it
on any
wasn't.
of these
Ohio
top
State
10
and
guys,
LSU was on the same day.
yeah. I'd be
Ohio
worried about
State. Ohio
but why
State
would you
and
have to go to
LSU on the
Ohio
same
State
day. So
when you
your
I'd
have
be
general
the
worried
manager
offensive
goes,
where the
coordinator
coach
from that
was
school that knows
and the
everything
GM.
about those players?
so your GM goes to Boise to watch Ashton Jeanty. You know, that could be hype to, try to get more picks and people to buy in to take him, but I just don't see you flying, taking them to, going out to lunch, hanging out with them one-on-ones, like
Oh.
your GM. To me, this is just my opinion. I could be wrong, but to me, that says, and we've heard from Q Myers, we've heard from all the people in the building. The Raiders are very high on Jeanty. There's a lot of people in the building that are very high on Ashton Jeanty. Now, if those people are Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly,
Because they're taking
maybe
too much peyote.
maybe those guys believe, they want Ashton Jeanty, and maybe, just maybe, Spytek was like, all right, I'm going to go to his pro day myself and watch this guy live in person to see, what the hype is. And maybe that was part of it, or maybe he's just, just showed up and brought up his son saying he's going to leave the house and all that shit, just to get more draft picks. But I think that's a lot to go.
Reb, I always believed in the military as a military leader. I was like divide and conquer, right? So It was kind of like, all right, yes, Jeanty is for sure somebody they want to look at. No question, right? So you take your trusted top 3 and you split them around to find out the best people, right? I would be more worried about where the coach was going to go check out folks than the GM, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, they're going to buy lunches for everybody. You know what I mean? That's not anything new. That he was out there and he did that shows something for sure. I mean, I'm telling you what, if they draft Jeanty at 6, I am not going to be pissed about it. I am not going to be upset. That just means they have a plan for the rest of the holes. Because I honestly, for the first time in decades, trust this coaching staff and front office.
Right.
For the first time in decades. I'm just saying.
Jack can't get in. He's drunk. Look at, he even said it. Nobody can't figure it out.
What is it?
Irish lush.
Had many. The drunk old man master now in a video game.
I know. I wish I had a beer. Fuck, I ain't drinking forever. You be drinking.
I haven't had a drink in over 4 years.
Shit, me either, but I'm drinking one. Fuck if I have one.
Well, if I do, I'm dead, so.
Oh, well, you can't drink.
I had a drink in 4 seconds. Wait.
My liver is
drink in
shot.
4 seconds.
My liver is shot. I killed my liver years ago.
But yeah, man, that's just my point with Jeanty is Pete Carroll has said over and over again, the way you win is you don't have to have the best quarterback with the best arm that makes the best decisions, that has the strongest legs, that's the fastest. You have to take the pressure off them. There is no other person in this draft, whether it be a lineman, a receiver, or any other player, that's going to take the pressure off of Geno Smith like Ashton Jeanty. And we need the pressure off of Geno Smith by his 15 interceptions and 6 fumbles last year. And I know you brought up that a lot of those fumbles were strip sacks, but the point of the matter is you have to know your guys, but you have to know your surroundings. You have to have pocket awareness, and you have to have peripheral vision and feel guys coming and tuck the ball as a quarterback. You can't be running with the ball out willy-nilly and shit.
No, these were tornado freaking launches on this dude through that offensive line. It was not even close. It was like a dude his size with 4 270-pound dudes at once on him for every one of his fumbles, except for one. One he dropped as he was running around a corner and he was being stupid, carrying it in one hand. But other than that, the rest of them were him just getting freaking engulfed in flames. And the thing about it is, you got to think of it this way, though. So the reason our running game sucked because we didn't have a passing game last year, right? The reason our passing game sucked because we didn't have a running game. See what I mean? So it's kind of like you got to fix one before you fix the other, or vice versa. You know what I mean? You can't think of it in this way anymore, because the last 3 years we have no baseline on what this team really is the reality, because there's been so much flux and craziness and injuries and all this other stuff. The reality is we don't know what we have at all. We really don't.
Well, I have to disagree on the not having a passing game, though. We had, a rookie and a second string, or whatever you want to call it, our second wide receiver have 1,000 yards. So we did have a passing game. We just didn't have a running game. It was just horrible. And that was, one of our biggest weaknesses. Like a lot of those games, if we would have just had a running game, we would have competed in. And a lot of those games that we lost were because of turnovers by the quarterback, fumbles, interceptions, and it's going to be the same thing if Geno, like I said, if he can't clean that shit up, we're going to be in the same scenario.
Geno is far and away the best quarterback we've had in, what would you say, Jeff? 10 years?
I don't know about 10 years, but
I mean, the middle of Derek Carr's career.
He's the best since Derek Carr.
Yeah.
He's the best that's going to give you a chance of winning. Garoppolo was trash.
What I'm saying,
I don't know. They fucked AOC over.
He's not going to. He's going to create a bit. You know what I mean? He's going to be able to move the pocket. He's not going to run on you. He's not going to beat Lamar Jackson.
No, he had 2 rushing touchdowns for 257 yards last year with those 6 fumbles. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather have a quarterback that's going to stand in the pocket and not turn the ball over 6 times and give the defense a chance to, to score and capitalize on turnovers. Like
Geno is not a running quarterback. It's not what he's designed to do. He prefers not to run.
Well, they had 53 running design. He had 53 designed running plays last year that equaled 257 yards and 6 fumbles.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Go look it up. PFF, great. He had 53 designed running plays.
I don't believe in PFF. I only deal in freaking real stats.
Well, I don't know where else you're going to get stats, but
ESPN does a good job.
Next gen stats. You can look it up too there, but it says he had 53 design runs. Out of those 53 design runs, he only had 257 yards. Go look at other players that had designed 53-yard runs. They had 500-600 yards with not 6 fumbles. So I'm not knocking Geno. I do believe that he gives us a better aspect because of his mobility. But if those running plays only lead to 2 touchdowns with 6 turnovers, that's not an upgrade for us. That's not helping our offense. We had that last year in Gardner Minshew, is what I'm saying. Like a lot of our losses were because of Gardner Minshew's interceptions and fumbles.
Wait, whoa. Hold on.
They weren't?
Geno Minshew You comparing those two dudes?
No, I'm saying Gardner Minshew are losses. We were in games until halftime, and a lot of our games, almost all of them, 8 or 9 games we were in, and some we were winning at halftime until until Garner fumbled, threw an interception for a touchdown, plays like that. And then, we just got romped the rest of the games because once there was a turnover, the defense just gave up and they fell apart. It's on film. I broke down film, almost every game last year until like week 10 where I just couldn't watch no more. It was rough. But in all those games, we were competitive. In most of those games, it was the quarterback play that killed us, that the turnovers, the bad decisions. And if we wouldn't have had those turnovers, we would have been in more games. And with Geno Smith, we're getting a guy that had just as many turnovers as Garner, Aiden, and Desmond Ridder put together in a season. So all I'm saying is we don't have a good enough, or we didn't last year, have a good enough defense. We don't have any run game. You can't come back from turnovers. We're not set up to come back from turnovers. So when you have a quarterback that throws 15 interceptions and 6 fumbles, whether they were his fault or not, that's still 21 turnovers to 21 touchdowns. That's not a winning recipe when you have no running game and a defense. You don't know, if it's going to be top 10, top 15, top 20. So, all I'm saying is, yes, it's kind of an upgrade. Kind of, because again, those 15 touchdowns. And you look at Aiden O'Connell, and I hate to keep pairing this because everybody knows I'm an Aiden O'Connell fan. But if you look at his 17 games in his career, both last year and the year before, 17 starts, the dude has 21 touchdowns with only 12 interceptions. That's one season that he ever started. Now, I know Geno had 3 good years once he got with Pete Carroll, but it took him 8 years before he became that player. Aiden O'Connell did it in his rookie year. So you have a guy that can stand in the pocket and make plays if you build a team around him. Give him an offensive line, give him a run game. I think we would have been fine. Now we have
line first.
Offensive line, that would have helped too, but Aiden O'Connell could stand there and murder people, bro. He did it his first year as a rookie and all through the preseason. He beat the 49ers, the Rams. Like that kid has murdered people. He put up 340 yards with 2 touchdowns against the Chiefs, and we lost because of a botched snap. Like he's the only person that threw for over 300 yards and 2 touchdowns with no interceptions against the Chiefs, the best defense in the NFL. If you look at what Geno Smith did against the Bills, the Broncos, teams with good defenses, he got sacked 6-7 times, threw 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, and a fumble, like against good defenses. So all I'm saying is that's a lot of money for a guy that only had 21 touchdowns with the equivalent of 21 turnovers. And if he doesn't clean that up, we have no chance to be any better. It's going to be the same thing because as much as we hate Jimmy Garoppolo, he still was throwing the ball down the field. Like, yes, he had a lot of turnovers, but dude still had a decent amount of yards for the games he played with the turnovers he had. It was just the turnovers that killed us. And, so 4,000 yards is not a lot when you turn the ball over 21 times. It makes it hard for a team to win. So I believe Pete Carroll will get the best out of Geno because he had his best year with Pete Carroll. He had
Max
even his best year. Look, even his best year was 30 touchdowns with 11 interceptions. That is Geno's best year of his career. Is still 11 interceptions, and he had 5 fumbles then too. So the guy turns the ball over. You can't fix that overnight. You're not going to fix a 34-year-old that makes bad decisions, or whether it's bad decisions or he believes that he can force the ball in there, or whatever the problem is, he still throughout his career has a problem turning the ball over, and it's been throughout his career. Like that's why he didn't, he did decent. His best year with the Jets was 13-13, but look at every year he has more interceptions than touchdowns, except for when he came and played with Pete Carroll. So Pete Carroll's going to get the best out of him. Chip Kelly's going to get the best out of him. But if we can't get rid of the turnovers and take the pressure off of him, which by, bringing another wide receiver, helping the offensive line get better, and a running game, I still feel like we're just not a playoff team. And with Geno, I mean, we're paying for a guy that's been to one playoff game and never won. Like that, you're that's a lot. That's even the 36 million
with
is,
DC for 9 years.
huh?
Same thing we did with DC for 9 years.
No,
right?
you can't say that. DC never had a defense at all. We were never ever in the top 20
Understood.
with Derek Carr.
But
we had decent run games. We had decent offense, but we never had a defense that could keep anybody from scoring, and we just couldn't outscore people like that. I mean, that's totally different. We have a defense now, like, and Seattle had a defense. Seattle had a top 10 defense last year.
No, they did not.
They weren't. They weren't. What was their defense rank?
I don't think so. Not last year. Year before they were.
I believe they were still up there in the top because their defense kept them in a lot of games.
I'm gonna back out. I'm Madden 25's calling me. I want to go play for a little bit tonight.
Oh, it's time to play Madden.
Here's all I want to say. All I want to say is
I've been trying to play while we've been talking, listen to you guys, but I keep getting distracted, so I just paused it. I can't.
Also want to say is this:
16th. So their defense was 16th. Man, that's better than our defensive was. And one more thing, I'll let you say what you got to say. But everybody, go ahead,
please. All I want to say is this: we have no idea what we have. Zero. We really don't have an idea what we have. Our coaching staff, front office, everything's changed. It's all changed. Is it for the better? I think so. Right? I think our quarterback's better. And I think all the smart decisions we've made so far, money-wise, is better. Right? We're bringing in people.
With the draft.
We're bringing in people that got shit. Bringing in people that got shit to prove. This training camp is going to be nasty. I guarantee you, these dudes with all this shit to prove is going to be a bloodbath. No question. The draft is going to be what it is, right? After that, June 1st is a big date because then cuts start happening, right? People start dropping off the radar. So whatever holes we didn't fill, we filled then, right? However, we still don't know what we have until September. No matter what happens, we still don't know. So
right.
I understand we're all passionate and we all have our opinions. I get that. But we can't load ourselves up for letdown every single year. We just kind of stay at a certain level and just kind of freaking, if you've been a Raider fan as long as the three of us have, at least, right, and most of the people in the chat, we know how to keep ourselves at level. You know what I mean? Not to be too aggressive in our thoughts on how big this can be, you know? But as I see the way this is going, it's kind of a little bit different than the way we've been rolled. A little bit more conservative, a little slower, a little more calculated, right? To me, nobody thinks the Raiders are going to the Super Bowl this year. So why would we dump the future this year in the first round? Why would we do that? That's the only thing I'm saying. If you thought we could go to the Super Bowl with a running back at 6, I would be all on board with you. 100%. But I don't think we can.
I don't know if we can make it to the Super Bowl by drafting Ashton Jeanty, but I can guarantee we have no shot in hell of competing in this division or making it to the playoffs without him.
Okay. Then that just means we got to focus on next year.
Because the Broncos are looking at Omari and Hampton. The Chargers just got Najee Harris. Like they're both playoff team. But still, he's got 1,000 yards every season, with no fumbles. He's a workhorse. He's going to give them what they need to make Justin Herbert take the pressure off of his shoulders, like we're trying to do with Geno, to make him better. Like that team's going to be nasty. They made the playoffs last year. They won 11 games. The Broncos are going to, be better. And I think we have a chance to compete in this division right away if we get a back like Ashton Jeanty. Just because those defense when you have a Brock Bowers and an Ashton Jeanty, you're not stacking the box. You can stack the box all you want with Ashton Jeanty. It's not going to make a difference. The dude's still going to get his yards, in my opinion. Like he showed that even against Penn State, where they stacked the box and tried to take him away, he still had his 100 yards. So,
but Reb, no matter what we do, no matter what we do in this draft, can you put us in the category of any of those three teams right now? Can
Real
you?
quick before you guys keep going, Tony said, "Did I hear on Locked On
I
Raiders
think
that we have some
not
offseason
possible. I
workouts
can't
coming
put
up?"
us in the category, but I believe if we
guys
get
hear me?
Ashton Jeanty to take the pressure off of our quarterback with
You
a
guys
Brock
hear me?
Bowers, with the weapons we have and the whatever we accumulate in the draft, which I see us going a lot of offense, because I think our defense
Hello?
is, what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to address Tony's question real quick. He
Go
goes,
ahead.
"We have some off-season workouts coming up soon, question mark?" Yeah, we do. Whenever a team has a new head coach, the team is allowed off-season workouts like OTAs earlier than
That's right.
like we get OTAs when other teams don't. So most teams only have one OTA for the season. When you have a new head coach, you get two. You get one coming up just after the draft, and then you get the regular scheduled one.
Oh yeah, you get
And that's
the
only
two,
because we
2
have a
days.
new head coach. That's the only reason.
You get the 2 days early or the 3 days early or something.
No, it's a whole separate system.
Yeah,
It's
like
a
3
whole
days,
separate
the 21st, 2nd, and 3rd or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
So
try
yes,
Kenan
we do.
again.
Oh, look. Is he going to make it?
Kenan.
Is he going to make it?
Holy shit.
Oh, there he is. Yes.
No,
My
it's about
God,
the
it only
shows
took
that
me like
click on.
Good
an hour
job.
and a half to get on this fucking show, dude.
We're leaving the show. We're done.
What's up,
I
brother?
don't think it's the show. I don't think it's the show's problem.
Oh, it's definitely not the show's problem.
Dude, Kenan for the first time. You finally made it.
I don't know what's going on with this.
Damn. What are you
I
doing?
don't ever have any problems.
What are you camping
Any
out?
problems every week, but this one.
His wife kicked him out of the house. He's
Huh?
in a gazebo for the night.
He's camping.
I'm in
He's
the
camping
gazebo.
out. Just need to yell
Oh, hell
Raiders.
yeah, dude. Hey, this is good shit, dude. So, Rebel.
What's
So,
good?
for you guys, so Rebel and I, we did a whole behind the scenes on Farrell's thing, and we did a draft together. So I'll never forget that. So Rebel, that was so cool, dude. And he's like, I don't know why your stuff never pops up for me, dude.
Who's Farrell?
I said that to you before. It's like, I don't know why it didn't pop up.
YouTube
But,
hates me, man.
We did that whole draft together. We were talking the whole time for the whole draft with Ziegler. And, Jeff is my brother.
Me, man. There's so many people that I talk to in all these lives that don't even know I have a channel because they're like, bro, you have a channel?
Well, yeah, it never pops up, I've subscribed to so many channels, and it's like, we did that whole draft together, just you and I. You and I were talking behind the scenes the whole time, and that was super fun. And it's like, this is my boy Jeff. Fuck, we talked like 6-7 hours straight, behind the scenes, and did a show together. And there's now my new boy now, Nab Man, 93 Nav. So
he's moved on from me now.
I didn't move on from you, Jeff, dude. You know I love you, bro.
Yeah, okay.
So this is so cool.
Don't even try it. I was the first one to steal Nav away from chat boards.
I feel violated.
I just love talking to just Raiders, like every day, all day, just talk Raider stuff. So I just hopped in. What are you guys talking about?
Nothing. We're just
Nothing.
sitting here not doing anything. We're waiting for you.
We've been waiting for you this whole time. You were holding up the show.
Yeah, we just
I'm sorry.
looked at each other for half an hour.
I've been
Maybe
playing Madden.
45 minutes.
Well, I know Jeff had like the best, trade back show ever. Like he got like 30 picks.
That's crazy.
But no, I'm seriously. I'm looking back at this stuff. Like, unless it's Mason Graham, I saw like what Gravy said like on his show yesterday. It's like, man, he dropped like 296 pounds.
Tony,
I'm like, really? Why? I mean, for the combine, it's like, what? Wow, why would you drop so much weight? You know what I mean?
That's a whole person.
Raider Menace.
And I'm like, okay, if we don't get Mason Graham, now I'm like, I'm now. Jeff said this for like a long time. I wasn't buying into this stuff, but now I'm buying into it. I want to trade back. I want to trade back. I want Campbell. I want Campbell.
Jeff, we did it. Jeff, we did it. We did it. We flipped that dude, didn't we?
No, I'm looking at linebackers, right? So what is the weakest position on our team? Outside linebacker.
Kicker.
Middle linebacker. Outside linebacker.
Fuck you. But, outside linebacker is like our biggest weakness. And, Campbell's like probably the biggest outside linebacker that's out there. If we could trade back again 1 or 2 times, and I listen to Jeff because I trust Jeff. Jeff's my brother.
Listen to me.
Yep, he's gonna go pee and have a smoke.
We're gonna pee and smoke. So Campbell's, he's the best outside linebacker. So we can go to number 9 or number 12, and we can get Campbell and get a couple second routers, and then Nav, we talked about this on the Gravy show, like get a Watts, like absolutely a free safety, and then get a Hampton at running back, second best running back in the draft. 3 starting positions that are solidified. We may not, Rebel. We may not have a Jeanty who's generational, which that word is like huge and big, with the world. Yes, he may be the best, but Hampton's going to be good. I see Watts as being really good, and I see Campbell's being really good.
Okay, Adams, I hate her now.
So if you get 3 guys for 1 guy, ooh.
Right.
I've been on team trade back the whole time. If we don't take Jeanty, the only other option has been trade back. There's not really anybody worth taking at 6, in my opinion, but Ashton Jeanty. It's just not anybody else. So I've been on that train for a long time. I'd like to think I started that train. I got tapes to prove it. Everybody was T-Mac, Ashton Jeanty. Most of everybody was Shedeur Sanders. And I was like, dude, I wouldn't take Shedeur. I'd trade back. Same thing with, if Ashton Jeanty's there and you feel like that's the missing piece to start turning this franchise around and building it, which I believe it is. We have offensive line. We have defense. We have 2,000 yards receivers. We just paid a lot of money for a quarterback that's, supposed to be the most accurate quarterback in the NFL. So we're missing running back. And you take the biggest piece, the biggest hole you have to fill at the first position, which would be Jeanty at 6. But if they don't take that, then you have to trade back, because we all know that Spytech has said over and over again how much he loves his picks. He also went as far as saying he has to remind Pete Carroll how much he loves his draft picks. So to me, that tells me a man that loves his draft picks, if you send the right offer at 6, he's going to take it, right? But it has to be the right offer.
So, Rebel, I'm going to ask you this, man. Since the first time you and I are live together, after talking for so many years behind the scenes, man, which I love this, bro. I absolutely love this. Yeah, salute. But you know what? This is a deep running back class. I mean, there's two great running backs, and there's another 14 starters coming out this year's draft. It's the deepest running back draft I can ever remember from the 1970s. This is the best one.
You know what happens when there's deep classes? You know what happens when there's a deep quarterback class? We've seen that last year, right? 6 quarterbacks win the first round. You know what happens when there's a deep wide receiver class? They all go in the first 1 and 2 rounds. When there's a deep running back and defensive class, there's going to be a run in the 2nd and 3rd round on these running backs. Like I was telling you,
there's going to be a run. But I look at last year, like
there's
we
no
all wanted Penix, right?
There's no guarantee.
Rebel, we wanted Penix. And then, Bo Nix, man, I hate to say this, but I got to fucking, battle against all the AFC West teams. And Bo Nix looked like a fucking beast. And I fucking hate to say it. I'm like, man, Aiden O'Connell's not as good as him. Man, Booger Eaton Minshew's not as good as him. And I feel like we got a quarterback that can actually compare, like, yes, he's not number 1. He's number 2. But the Chargers quarterback hasn't done anything. So it's like, I got some ammo for that. So it's like, I got to fight every fucking week in the fucking show.
Threw 28 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. That's pretty damn good.
Yeah, pretty good. But you know what? When you get Geno over here, and I will say this, and again, I'm sure, Jeff will probably agree with this. I don't know. But, if you give Aiden O'Connell a couple years, okay, super accurate quarterback. Aiden O'Connell's a super accurate quarterback. Geno Smith's very accurate, but Geno's got more legs than Aiden O'Connell. But you give him a couple years to develop under a coordinator that will let him develop and give him some time under one coordinator versus switching it up as a 4th round draft pick. Yeah, I think it's good I think it's good backup. So do you guys feel like you need to draft like a quarterback this year? I don't feel that anymore. I'm gonna let you guys answer that question.
I think I personally think that if you get a quarterback late that slips, like Milrose slips a little bit too far, and just happens to drop in too late, like into the 4th or some shit like that, something stupid, because that kind of puts him in the same kind of quarterback properties as Geno, that at least lets Geno tell him, hey, dude, I was a high draft pick, dude, and I was drafted by the Jets, and the Jets can't fucking draft quarterbacks where the damn can't develop shit. I'm going to develop you. That type of thing. But if it ain't something like that, like somebody slides deep that shouldn't, I don't think we're going to go quarterback at all in the draft. I really don't.
Yeah, I agree. I'm there with you right now. It's like I feel like the next year's draft class is going to be better quarterback.
We should always draft.
Jeff, what do you think?
We should always draft a quarterback.
Yeah, I understand. Quarterback should be drafted every single year, whether you use them or not. Should be a thing, but anything inside the top 4 is a thought process of whether you use that on a quarterback. You know what I mean? When you already have a QB1, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not saying I go grab one right in the first.
Right.
Same question as Jeff and Rebels. Like, what round would you want to draft a quarterback? Because I'm like, unless you're going, Gabriel, 5th round.
Oh, Gabriel.
I'm out of it.
4th.
Fuck, I'd rather draft Jack as a quarterback.
I'm taking Riley Leonard wherever he's available. If it's not Jaxson Dart,
no, Rebel, man.
wow.
Again, you know I'm a Notre Dame fan, right, bro? We're there, right? We're there. Riley Leonard is not an NFL quarterback.
I'm
He
not a
got his
Notre Dame
stuff
fan,
done on
and
his
I
legs.
disagree with
No.
you. They told me the same thing about Aiden O'Connell coming out, and I was like, bro, yes, he is. And look, he's proven he can be that.
Rebel, I love you, bro, but
they
no, we don't want a Riley
you
Leonard on
you
the
can't
Raiders.
criticize the guy. What do you mean? That the dude carried his team to the championship? Yes, it was defense, but he ran the ball almost just as much as Love did. Like the dude carried.
Love is like going to be the number one running back drafted next year.
Let me talk, please. Riley Leonard, his stats are just as good as any quarterback in this draft, except the fact that he ran the ball more than everybody else because they relied on the defense, they relied on Love and the running back, and they didn't ask him to throw the ball a lot. Now, if you go back and watch his film at Duke, he threw the ball a lot more. He is a very accurate quarterback. He has a damn good arm. He reminds me a lot of Josh Allen coming out of college. He can throw the ball downfield. He's accurate. He can make every throw in the NFL. He can throw at different arm angles, and he will run you over. He will beat you with his legs. He's faster than almost every quarterback coming out of this draft except for Milroe. And Shuck, he's right there with Shuck. I believe he ran a 4.6, or somebody said he ran a 4.5, which I don't know. And he said he wasn't going to run this year because everybody believes he's fast. He's going to keep it that way. But go watch everybody breaking down quarterback grades. Riley Leonard grades keep getting higher and higher and higher. They had him as the 8th or 9th best quarterback in this draft. Now he's up there with like 5 or 6. And he just keeps moving up, but he's going to fall to the 5th round. That's a guy that went to, Notre Dame as an Ivy League school. You don't get in there being stupid. You have to have a high GPA to get in a school like that. And again, in the championship game against Ohio State, who some can question the best defense in college football last year, in the second half, when they let him throw the ball, what happened? Notre Dame came back. They scored 3 touchdowns in the second half when they let Riley Leonard throw the football. Now, if they would have let Riley Leonard throw the football in the first half, I believe, and I'll put both nuts left and right on it, they would have beat Ohio State. They just let him run the ball, and they took that away from him in the first half. But in the second half, and they would have won that game if their coach didn't kick a field goal on 4th and 5 instead of let Riley Leonard run the ball up the middle or make a play with his legs. Riley Leonard is a damn good quarterback. And
Rebel, I'm sorry. It's like I'll have to disagree as a Notre Dame fan. Jeff knows this. I'm always propping Notre Dame, but I can't put one there.
Quarterback that took you to the championship. What with you guys?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Going to the national championship, that Notre Dame defense is the best defense that was out there. No, Ohio State's offense was like a beast.
They were okay. They were top 5, 10 in college last year. Maybe. They kept them on a lot of.
Ohio State had 2 1,000, wide receivers, 2 1,000 running backs, and then it make Will, and plus an amazing offensive line made Will Howard look great. I'm not going to say Will Howard's like good, man. When you got 2 1,000 receivers, 2 1,000 running backs, yeah, Will Howard's not that good. I'm not going to say Riley Leonard did a great job. I'm proud of him, but I don't want him on my Raiders team. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Hey, can I switch gears if you don't mind, Brett?
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
No, Jeff said no. How about this? Number one,
don't have the controls.
how about this? Number one biggest bust in this year's draft. First round bust.
In this coming draft or last year's draft?
This coming draft. Biggest
Shedeur Sanders.
It's going to be T-Mac, in my opinion.
I think it's Cam Ward.
I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't.
Ooh, I can't say
I
that.
wouldn't hate on that either. I believe Jaxson Dart is better than every quarterback in this draft, and I firmly believe that.
I don't disagree.
I think it's T-Mac too.
But on the other hand, I believe Riley Leonard is just underrated, man. The kid have they had his pro day yet? Oh yeah, he had his pro day.
So Rebel, let me ask you this. Let's go, like, the name that sounds very familiar, being a Notre Dame fan, Roddy Mills, who was not in the national championship. I think he's going to go in the 5th round as a defensive tackle. Roddy Mills has got a C on his chest. I think he's going to be a steal for anything that takes him.
No question.
So what do you think of that, bro? You know that.
Riley Mills.
No question.
I mean, he was the number 1 defensive tackle before he got hurt.
Yep.
I just think Cam Ward is far, way too freaking overrated. And he's going to be going to a team in the Titans, which has no support for him at all at any position.
Yeah.
Zero.
If I was the Titans, I would literally, I would stick with Will Levis. Like the kid started. The kid started to like. This is the problem with the NFL, and this is the problem that Tom Brady has with the NFL. Is you draft guys high and you don't give them a chance to develop. They drafted this kid in the 2nd round. They took his number 1 receiver, and went to the Kansas City Chiefs. They let the Travis Henry, one of the top 3 running backs in the NFL, his only support,
Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry go to the Ravens. So they let his receiver go. They let his running back go. They drafted him and they built nothing around him. Nothing. He had no offensive line protection. They asked him to do way too much, and he still played pretty decent for what he had in their system. And then they're already going to be like, no, let's just go get Cam Ward, when really they should build around that kid and give him a chance. Like, dude, he has a strong arm. He's mobile. He can run. He can beat you with his legs. You got to build a system around these kids. With the same thing with Aiden O'Connell. Now, in a 4th round quarterback, most teams aren't going to build a franchise around a 4th round quarterback. But when he comes in and shows you that he can play in his strengths, and you don't capitalize on his strengths and, build the team around his weaknesses, you don't give him a chance. And then you bring in a Gardner Minshew. Like, it's the same thing with Aiden and Will Levis.
Or Geno Smith.
And Reb.
They're going to take a 1st round pick.
And Reb. Also, with AOC, you also have 3 coaches in your fucking first 2 years.
But I'm not even throwing the fact that he had
right now
2 coaches, 4 offensive coordinators, 4 different quarterback coaches, and did well in every system they put him in.
Yeah, well, he did acceptable for sure. No question.
Over acceptable. If you look at his stats, I mean, you can't take the win-loss record.
Hey, I am not an AOC hater.
I know.
What I'm saying is, you can't expect a young dude like that to deal with all that shit and actually perform the way he did.
That should be a green flag, right? That should be a green flag instead of a red flag. You should be like, man,
this green flag to me all day long.
This kid has been put in every difficult situation you could possibly put in, from taking his star wide receiver and Devontae Adams, trading him away.
By the way, Purdue.
Yeah, from Purdue. You had to deal with him taking your number 1 wide receiver, who was the leader of the club of the offense and the clubhouse, and was bringing Trey Tucker along, Michael Mayer along, Jacoby Myers. So you get rid of Devontae Adams, which is a safety blanket. You get rid of Josh Jacobs, which was his safety blanket, because if you watch his rookie year, almost every single play where he got pressured, he checked down and threw the ball to Josh Jacobs. I know, because he had 4 turnovers, 4 interceptions because of Josh Jacobs not being able to catch the ball right in front of him, 5 yards in front down the field. But that's here nor there. But you take all that away, you give him offensive coordinator who's never been an offensive coordinator in his life. The dude has never been anything but a quarterback coach. You bring him in to call plays. He takes a scrap playbook and throws most of it away, and they start winning games with that. Who does that in the NFL? Like this kid, and then you got guys like your boy Mitchell Rance that says he'll never be nothing but a backup. You'll never be nothing but a backup if you don't build around him. Now, if he had an opportunity like Dak Prescott was given, huh?
Who were you talking to when you said your boy Mitchell Rance?
I said,
boy, Mitchell Rance, Rebel, and Jeff and Nav. I started watching YouTube because Mitchell Rance, like in the early days, like way early days, like I'm older than all you motherfuckers.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. You already said you were younger than me earlier.
I probably am younger, but you didn't jump on YouTube for later in your life, Jeff. But Mitchell Rance, like a
fucking link.
He hooked me up. Like, Mitchell Rance, was like the guy that I used to have conversations with in the chat when the chat was young. You don't have to spend fucking $100 to fucking have a chat on Mitchell Rance show back in the day.
Somebody pay me $100. What the fuck?
I'm only gonna say one thing on Mitchell Rance. That's his job. That's what he gets paid to do. I can't.
I like Mitchell.
That's his career. I do this because I love it. I do it because I'm a fan. And if it was my job,
he does a lot of stuff that does more than any Raider YouTube channel out there. He goes out there and looks at every fucking possibility, like any chance of anything.
Well,
he puts it out there. So I like Mitchell Rance. And Mount Shieldmore, I just started.
I don't hate on Mitch. I love what he does for the nation. I love that he can bring all these people together and all that shit. I just, some of the takes just are a little bit outrageous.
Yeah, he does like 2-3 shows a day, so it's like I gotta give him his props.
That's his job. That's what he gets paid to do. You get paid to get clicks, and he gets paid to do that. Unlike most of us who just do it because of the love. So yeah, I don't hate on that. The only thing that I've ever said about Mitch is the flip flopping. Like, and again, that's your job.
Dinosaur shit.
And Tony,
I turn 55 next month.
Nav, I got a question for you. So I used to be like a mod at like 50% of like Mount Shieldmore on Andy. You remember Andy and Hammer? I used to be mods on both those channels, but my boy from Sacramento in graphic. Yep. It was like he was my friend, dude. We talked and like behind the scenes a little bit, and then I made a joke when he went to Woodson Whiskey. I'm like, and then that was actually Rebel. You and I were in the same chat, and I'm like, oh, well, we got Tucker, and we drafted those picks. I'm like, what's up with all the commercials? I made a joke about it, and then I got kicked from everyone's channel.
No way.
And I'm Big Mike. Big Mike is like, I'm still a mod on his channel. And then, Hammer's like, oh, Jack Kenna. Oh my God, I haven't seen you in so long. Why haven't I seen you? Fucking,
motherfucker.
Graphic fucking controls all the shit.
Well, here's the thing. In my opinion, I met Rich. I met Rents in North Carolina when I was dealing with a lot of health problems, and had a Raiders deal in Cary, North Carolina. And I met the dude. He's a genuine dude, but
it's just a cool ass fucking dude.
It's just like Reb said. The dude does this. That's his job. It's what he does day in and day out. He has to make money doing it. And I get that. But he's a genuine dude. I met his dad. I met his stepmother.
You met his dad before he passed? Like when his dad passed away and he came back to Sacramento in my city, You know, and him and his brother were out here. I'm like, I will take you out to dinner. I will buy you drinks.
Talking about Graf.
And, you know, I'm just like, you know, man, at the time, I'm like, you're the president of the fucking nation. There's no more of like, you know, NWA, that type of stuff. It's like, Graf, you and your brother, I'll take you out to dinner. I'll buy you drinks just to meet you guys, like to hang out. And then when I made the mistake, like, you know, hanging out with Rebel in the draft on a channel, we did. Rebel and I did every pick together. We talked about it. And I made a joke about whiskey. And then I got kicked to the curb. And yet he's a Sacramento guy like me.
Yeah, well, man, I don't know. People, sometimes fame goes to your head, and when you have a little button, you don't have to listen to people.
I guess
I don't know about that, bro. But it's like,
I guess it is what it is. But like I said, I met him and Chugs in North Carolina, and they were genuine people. You know what I mean? We had a good time.
I heard that Mitch, like, even like, you know, the last show he had is like he said he stopped talking to Graf too.
Well, I don't like that shit at all. And I even told him, I have Mitch on IG. I'm like, dude, you need to stop that shit. You don't say it at all on your shows, because all that's going to do is drive people away, because the people that are big about Graf are going to go to that side. And what the fuck are you doing? That's what I told him. Leave it the fuck alone. You guys may have a difference in opinion. That's your fucking problem, and ain't our problem.
We all have a difference of opinion, or it wouldn't be fucking fun.
Yeah.
But it ain't our problem for you to divide.
It's the people that think you have to fucking agree with them, or you can't be part of their little clique. That's fucked up. That's my thing, bro. Like, just because we don't agree doesn't mean we can't be friends.
Exactly.
Like, I'm not gonna agree with everything you say, but doesn't mean we can't fucking still, you know, kick it or go to games or pull up on lives or fucking talk on IG or whatever. Like,
and I agree. I totally agree with that. It's like, you know, when I'm Big Mike's show, it's like, you know, I got a wrench on his show, and he's a part of that, you know, Mount Shoemore. And, you know, and then Wasted saw me, and he's like, "Hey, Jack, how you doing? Oh my God, I haven't seen you so long. I can't go on a Wasted show because if I send a text or a message, it doesn't get read." So, you know, he took over all of it. Like, again, Hammer, Andy, all the shows from the old days. Graphic took it all away. It's like, I can't. And he's even a Sacramento brother. And I said I'd take him out when he came home to Sacramento to bury his dad. I'll take you out. So I don't even get it, because I made a joke about whiskey.
This comment right here, love it. Love that comment. That is beautiful. That comment is beautiful. That's what I'm talking about right there. He taught me what I paid attention to. I barely know about football. If it wasn't for Rebel, I wouldn't know much.
Hey, that's damn good. Right?
You know what I mean? That's the kind of shit I'm talking about right there.
Right? It makes it worthwhile doing this shit.
It makes it worth all of it. You know,
it makes it worth all wild.
It's like not a job or
man. I hope you all guys watch like some of the old school stuff, like you know the intro, like to like Raider YouTube, because Mitchell Branch was like the first person that did it, and that how it branched me out to all the channels on YouTube. Everybody. So I will give Mitchell Branch his stat. You know what? Mitchell never gives me many salutes anymore, but I was like one of the first subscribers before any of you guys were out there. And it's like, you know, He goes to the bangs and bangs and bangs and stuff because, that's how he makes his cash. But I will say this, Mitchell Ranch is like one of the most intelligent, because his channel, they put him on there and they study this stuff. We're YouTube fans. We're Raider fans. But that is a channel that actually
Yeah,
they
he's got
look
people
this
that,
shit up.
he's got people that work for him. He's got people to fucking do his information. He's got people to
Reb,
do all his shit.
I forgot about that.
What happened?
Candy. She's throwing out all your dirty laundry right now.
Oh, did you have a baby, Rebel, Candy?
Live together. Rebel knows a decent amount of stuff about football. That's all he ever does is watch football and stuff.
Hey,
nice.
Can't hate on that.
Hey, shit. Well, that's a good thing. Good thing I got a wife that's a freaking football nerd as much as I am. So
that would be great to have a woman that really loves and knows football.
So, Nav, is your wife a Raiders fan?
No, not at all.
No.
What
no,
team?
hell no. That's why I have a shop. Crying out loud. No, she's a Panthers fan. I made her flip a fucking coin because she couldn't figure out who in the hell to be a fan of when we first got married.
She just took the prettiest jerseys?
No, I said, hey, look, there's an expansion draft. It's the Jags and the Panthers. Flip a fucking coin. Heads for Panthers, tails for Jags.
You should have been like, you got to be a Raiders fan or you got to go.
Nope, she got Panthers. And I said, that's your team. Stick with it. That's it. No more Bears, Bengals, Colts whenever you feel best about it.
Come on, man. A family that loses together stays together.
No, I said, look, I don't need you to be a Raider fan because both my daughters are. So don't sweat that.
Oh, good job, Nav.
I just want you to be a fan of a team.
A team, right? Just learn something about football.
No more bandwagon. No more bandwagon shit, babe. You got to roll. You know what I mean?
So Rebel and Jeff, do you have kids and what are their fans? Like what team are their fans? My parents are all my grandparents are all Niner fans.
Go on with something else.
Somebody hold this down.
What are your kids' fans? Your parents' fans?
My parents? Is that what you just asked? My parents?
Yeah, your parents. You're like kids. You're like
They both. My parents were both Patriots fans. My kids, I got two. One's 32. The other one's going to be 30. My daughter is the oldest of the two. She's a Packers fan. How that happened, I don't know. And my son is a Raiders fan. You've seen him on the shows with me.
Yep, I saw him. Proud of you, bro. That thing's cool. I think that's super cool because I would love to have my kid, on the show. I think that's super cool.
Oh, come on. That was a touchdown. Yeah, my wife's technically a Raiders fan, I guess you would say. She's actually the treasurer for the Booster Club.
So one of my daughters is a full-fledged, right off the freaking get-go, out of the womb freaking Raiders fan, just like I was, because my dad was. And the other one is the one that was kind of like my wife, just kind of bouncing around the shit. But she became a Raiders fan because of Derek Carr, but now she's a Saints fan. So therefore, for Christmas, I bought her a fuck ton of Saints shit and said, stay there. Just stay there. That's the elder daughter.
Hey, so Nap, I can't, I can't argue like being a Derek Carr fan because I am a Carr fan. I wish he was on the Raiders, but, I think it's kind of like, what's that Raider YouTuber? It's like, what's his name? Jeff, you might know this, dude. What's a Raider YouTuber's like a Raiders fan and a Derek Carr fan? And he watches all the Raider games and
and the Saints games.
Yes.
I don't know.
Now, you know who I'm talking about, dude. You know, we always agree on all this shit.
Yeah, freaking. Come on, chat. Help us out.
He's from Fresno, California.
Who's that dude from Fresno that freaking loves Derek Carr and the Raiders?
Wi-Fi Willie.
And follows them both.
Oh, there you go, Rebel. You got it,
guy.
Dude. Wi-Fi Willie.
That's my boy.
Wi-Fi Willie. Oh, Wi-Fi Willie is a freaking retard, by the way. He's an absolute freaking idiot. That dude has no clue. Has no idea how football operates. Has no idea.
I will say this:
works.
he knows how YouTube operates, and he's a damn good businessman.
He certainly does. Yeah, he certainly does. Yeah.
I won't hate on that because I would love to be in his shoes and have his followers. I'm just saying.
That dude,
I need to take notes.
That dude is an idiot when it comes to takes on players and stuff. I know there's a lot of them out there. There's a fucking lot of them. He just Googling everything, man, and just makes content out of it. Yep.
One thing, I've never blocked anybody on my channel. Like, I don't, especially for having opinions. But like 3-4 years ago, like, because I've always watched YouTube Raider shit. Like, since YouTube came out, that's my go-to, for YouTube since YouTube started and shit. But I watched, Captain Jack and all those dudes back in the day too. But I used to troll the shit out of Chat Sports and Graphic Raider, but not troll. Like, I just make comments. And every time I make a fucking comment, they block me. So I made like 35 accounts to go on these damn shows. And it's anytime you make a comment, they block you. I just don't know. Like, maybe if it's, I don't know. Like,
hey, Rebel, I'll never block you, dude. I'm probably the biggest mod in Raider Nation, and I won't block your ass. I did block, one guy.
How do you have a channel? How do you have a channel with all these followers if you constantly?
I don't have a channel, bro. I don't want a channel.
Jack is a blocking mofo, bro.
Yeah, Jack blocks everybody.
No, I blocked one guy. I blocked one guy in, as being a mod. And then on Raider Ben's channel, he let him block me. Because the guy threatened my fucking life, and like I'm like, oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, Money Chuck though, that was a no-brainer. That's
that guy's annoying as shit.
Where my glasses go? Fuck.
Money Chuck.
If I see that mofo on another channel, I like being a big mod.
Immediately, I bounce this guy.
No bouncing.
Immediately, I'm like, bounce. I see Money Chuck on anything. I'm like, bounce this dude. And the guy's like,
Money Chuck. So what's Money Chuck? I just saw him like today for the first time.
It was like Money Chuck with an exclamation point though. I'm like, oh wait, it may not be the same guy.
He pushes the Jeanty thing big time, but then he starts getting personal and nasty, and he ends up getting.
And he was being absolutely an asshole. I mean, it wasn't a disagreement. It became personal, and that's
he was just being absolutely just.
That's rude. When it's out of hand. It's out of hand when you get personal. Hey, so why is Candy saying she had 4.4 million views on her channel?
Because she does shit. That's just blowing up, bro. That's bigger than Chat Sports.
Shit, right?
Her fucking channel's insane, bro. She's getting like 300,000 views every time she goes live. It's fucking insane, dude.
I mean, I'm not trying to be freaking mean or weird or anything because I'm a girl dad and everything. But is she showing?
I don't know who Candy is.
Do that or
if you want someone blocked on your channel, dude, just say it in the chat, dude. I'll fucking block their ass 100%, bro.
I'm viral.
You're my brother.
Oh, the hot tattoo model. Oh, yeah. That's right. She's the hot tattoo model.
Hot tattoo model.
Oh, my God. What did you do to fuck that up, Rebel?
I didn't do nothing, bro. I ran. I'm just kidding.
Why is Candy even being brought on this channel?
Huh?
So why is Candy being brought on the channel? It's like,
Get
who
on
cares
in.
about her?
Come on, Candy, get in.
You can come in. Shit, there's a
Throw her the
link.
link.
Shit,
Throw her the link.
you know,
We're already up
Click the
late.
link.
Throw her the link.
Anybody else want to be a mod? Who's not a mod?
All you got to do is click it.
Click it. Click it.
Just click it. Don't be like freaking Kenna and freaking wait an hour and a half.
Oh, hold up.
no, dude, I don't even know what happens. Like usually I can click on the links and like just join from the phone. I don't know what's going on, dude. It's
There
weird.
you go. There's the link. Pull up.
Oh, I can't
Yeah.
wait till she gets on here. This should be fun.
Hey, I gotta say that this is cool to see Rebel, dude.
She has a Raiders
It's
channel
cool
too.
to see all my boys up here in the show, but Rebel and I, like, have been talking for a couple of years, like way before Jeff or you. It's like, you know, we did a whole draft together. I think it was Farrell's show.
Well, hopefully you come hang out with me on the draft this year.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be live.
we'll see, bro. We'll see.
So clearly Candy has like tough skin, right? So we're
No,
you know what
actually, she's very, very sensitive.
I mean,
I mean,
I doubt that
she's
shit.
got tough skin if you want to count the tattoos, but on the inside, she's fucking fragile like glass.
Oh,
I highly doubt that shit.
So Rebel, here's a kind of fun, going back in time on the draft. So when you and I saw that our right tackle was taken,
the mule,
Right back. I'm going for a
DJ
cigarette.
Glaze.
yeah. Well, Jeff didn't take a smoke. So when we saw the right tackle taking Glaze, oh my God, dude!
Oh shit! There she is.
How much anger did we have together at the time, bro?
I was happy with DJ Glaze. I was
First
good.
off,
No,
I am
you
not
weren't happy with that,
bitch.
dude.
I was happy with the DJ Glaze pick. I was the one saying fucking, and when everybody was saying it was a reach, I was like, bro, this kid is super athletic.
No, I'm gonna stop talking. Look at this beautiful looking woman.
Right?
Oh yeah. Hey, Reb trying to tell me you fragile on the inside, and I said I highly
Talk
fucking
about
doubt
the Pisces being fragile, bro.
Oh, the
You
Pisces.
talk shit to all these little fucking trolls online all day.
This
Wait.
Pisces ain't fragile. You
The
got
Pisces right here.
Yeah, so is Rebel.
Oh well, this Pisces ain't got no fragile.
I'm a stubborn ass bull. I'm a Taurus. I charge.
Oh, Taurus, got you. Yep.
Yeah.
My wife's Scorpio, and it's very clear.
That's funny.
Hey, how you doing, young lady? Good to see you.
I'm good. I'm chilling. I actually just got a recent tattoo.
What the hell? I'll bet that freaking wasn't fun.
Only when they pulled up like this to do the
I
chin,
bet
that part fucking hurt.
I bet
I'm guessing the neck stuff must have hurt.
The neck was not bad. If you pinch your neck,
around the bone is what hurts.
Yeah, the bone was painful, and like right on the trachea, that part hurts, and then like the keyhole. But I have like, I'll show you.
I'm not allowed to show you my tattoos.
I have like,
Damn.
How many tattoos do you have?
Oh,
I have
there's
91.
a few.
101?
Oh, 91.
Oh, 91.
I have 2.
You have 2?
2. Yeah.
I got 1.
And I got tattoos on this leg.
I don't know how to get back to the other chats.
Oh, and then I got this one.
Sorry.
Damn, that is sick.
I got some tattoos.
You
I got
know,
all these.
I told my tattoo artist when I was getting mine, I was like, people that get these all the time, there's like a masochistic piece of it. It's like
I have this one.
you have to freaking love the pain.
No, I can't stand the pain. I love the art.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it's like there's a part of it where it's kind of like I can.
Oh
deal
no,
with
I fucking hate the pain. I
Right.
literally, so the tattoos for me is therapy. Any
Right.
stress I go through, any like mental stress, it's the pain in a tattoo takes away the mental stress. So I focus on my breathing, I focus on that, and then I don't think about what's going on in my head.
Yep, I agree with you. I had the one I got was a pure freaking. I'm depressed. I'm freaking out of my mind. I need to do something.
So I have a question. How do I fix the sound on this shit? There's like
Mute it.
so many.
Is it too loud or too
No,
quiet?
it's just I talk and then you guys talk and then it's like echoing everywhere.
Well, we're literally talking over one another.
You got it open somewhere else, turn it down.
I
Open in
have
two
it
places.
on-
If you have two windows open, maybe one's.
I have it on. Oh, hold on. Let's see.
Close YouTube.
Oh, yep. I found it.
There you
I
go.
just found it. I had it on. Apparently, I'm signed into Streamlabs right now, but I didn't know.
Oh, that's better.
There, yeah. I had it open as like a window too. I didn't know that.
Jeff says, mute the triangle show.
Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck that was. I was like, what is that noise? I was like, bro, why is that doing that? Oh, there's the comments. I was like, what the fuck are the comments? I've never used Streamlabs before or StreamYard before, so I'm like, what am I doing here? I always stream from a phone. I have 3 phones. Like, I stream constantly.
Holy shit.
I work, I have a laptop. Dude, I am 7 months behind on YouTube editing videos. I have 3 OnlyFans videos to edit. I have fucking 2 different company videos to edit for my grill that I just got, a fire pit. And then they gave me another product that I have to promote. Dude, I brought a little fire pit grill all the way from Hawaii just to promote how easy it was to bring it to Florida.
So where are you from in Hawaii?
So I live in Kona, but I'm in Florida right now visiting my doggies. I have my little doggy visiting. So I had them in. He's a Yorkie. I used to have him. I used to have them in Hawaii with me, but they're not very dog friendly out there. Huh?
Jeff said, repeat that.
Repeat what?
I don't know.
Has she done some of your work?
The tattoos. I'm not a tattoo artist. I'm a tattoo model. Oh, you breed Yorkies? Yeah. That's cool.
No, Bueno's saying he breeds Yorkies.
No, that's awesome. I like that he breeds Yorkies.
No, he breeds them.
Ew. Gross.
Pause if necessary on the dog breeding.
Yeah, please don't breed on dogs. I'll call PETA. Not okay. You want to hear some shit though? So I do OnlyFans as a side business. So I have an OnlyFans page, and on that OnlyFans page, 3 guys this week have asked me, "Hey, do you have any dog content?" I'm like, "Y'all are disgusting. Who wants to fuck a dog, bro? What is wrong with you?" The guy's like, "Can you kiss your dog?" And I said, "No, I'm not gonna rape a dog, bro."
I need to be clear. I twisted Bueno's words only because
I was joking.
Only because when we're in the chat together,
I knew you were joking. I didn't think he actually bred dogs.
We literally flip each other's shit and
it's a comedy show.
Comedy out of it. You know what I mean?
Oh, you have no idea. I got the other day, I made a joke on my live stream. I had like 300,000 people. And at the time I had like 3,500 people out there. Cause I usually get like 1,000 to 3,000 people in my chats. and I had like 3,500 people in there yesterday, and I was making a joke about like, if you go on YouTube and you search up naked yoga, you can literally see nasty bitches shaving their vagina with meat curtains that look like fucking Arby's. And I was like, bro, I said, I didn't even know that there were Arby meat curtains. I thought that was a joke that dudes made. I didn't know it was a thing. And this chick came at me like tripping, and I was like, I'm not going to say anybody or give names, but she was like, you're hurting people's feelings. And I was like, I pulled and made a joke out of the crowd like Matt Rife, bro. I just pulled what I was saying. I said, people talk shit on me. They call me Methany thinking I'm on crack because I'm ADHD. I said, they call me whore because I do OnlyFans. I said, and most of the time I'm sitting at home playing with my 5 little rubber duckies and the vibrating brothers. So fuck off. Like, stay down, bro.
And the thing is, I'll be damned if you
we got way off the Raider content.
if you Google roast beef sandwich,
yeah,
good luck to you.
Yeah, no, dude. No, it was funny because I was like, you know what? I didn't know it looked like roast beef. I said mine looks more like turkey. I was fucking with them, dude. I was like, I didn't know they were. I was just playing.
Rebel's about to get demonetized.
What? Oh no, I didn't even get demonetized. All they do is prove it 18 and over.
Oh my god!
Income.
Her cooter looks like a turkey sandwich, is what she just said live.
It was a joke, and for a fact it does, motherfucker. How many times have you licked it?
No, it's turkey taco.
Turkey sandwich.
Oh my god!
Fuck you, Rebel.
I don't do no such thing. You talking about?
Y'all can go to the page. You'll see it too.
I'm not on there.
I just posted a video of you last week, motherfucker.
Hey,
I'm like, I just posted a video of you and
right. Candy.
I need retro from this. I need retro payments.
Candy. Bueno just said something. Can you put that up there?
Wait, what did he say?
Which one?
Can Bueno put that up there? I'm not Bueno. Yeah. I think my wife has a heavy hand just on me. LOL. Because everyone else has tattoos could finish in one session. So
he probably does it on purpose, like motherfucker.
She's doing that shit on purpose.
Rebels on his ass. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, fuck you. That's hilarious. Bro, that's funny. That's funny as shit. Yeah, no, it's Rebel's a stubborn ass, bro.
Oh, yeah.
No. Candy, who's your favorite Raider? Who's your favorite Raider?
Here's some funny shit. When I first started dating him, he tells me I don't really watch football because I tell him I hate sports.
I got back in, bro.
I don't want to watch sports, and he tells me, "Oh, I barely watch football. It's only Raider stuff. Only Raider stuff." Next thing I know, it's like all other football, Dodgers, basketball. I'm like, what the fuck is this sports shit?
I'm drafting Riley Leonard in the 5th round if he's there. That's what I'm drafting.
I was like, you told me.
Oh, Rebel! I said that many times. Miley Renner. Riley Mills, 5th round, defensive tackle. I like it.
Miley Cyrus? Who you just said, Jack? You never get the names
right. No, not Miley Cyrus, dude. Come on, Jeff.
Come on, bro.
Right. Candy, Jack wants to know who your favorite player is.
Aiden O'Connell, motherfucker.
Oh,
I know what you're talking about, Aiden. AOC is the man for me forever. I don't care what anybody says. If that kid gets the proper training from who he's getting training from, Tom Brady, and they actually gave him a chance, that kid would throw the fucking ball. His shit's accurate. He's really good at what he does. Just because he doesn't run, he doesn't need to. He just needs to pay attention, not get hit with the ball instead of fucking not throwing field goals. They should have thrown 2 field goals last year. They would have won those last 2 games.
Bro,
motherfuckers.
Hold on. Throwing field goals.
You can't throw a field goal.
No, I mean,
they don't throw field goals.
I mean, they didn't do a field goal when they should have, and they ran the ball, so they threw it by not doing a field goal. That's what I mean.
Look, I'm just gonna say I'm impressed right there, just by the sheer freaking love of
passionate person.
Yeah,
the thing is I like AOC because I watched how accurate that kid's arm was. Like, I don't know much about football. I just literally found out what a field goal was, what a touchdown, like what a fucking first down was. I didn't know it was like the first 40 or 10 yards or whatever. I still don't know what it is. Anyways, the point is, I didn't know that, but I watched how accurate his arm was. I watched how he ran. I watched how he watched other players and how he was studying and how his game changed over time. And you
first one in the building, last one to leave.
Well, you could see his progression. You could see how hard he was working and how he's trying to be a good player. Even though he came in as a rookie, everybody starts somewhere. Nobody's giving him the chance that he deserves. That's how I feel. They brought in gay-ass Gardner Minshew, bro. Here, let's pick my nose on the sidelines and be fucking gay and sit in a van and be a little birdie.
She knows that. That's cool.
Jerk your little penis somewhere else and go back to playing something else. We want to
somebody paying attention. Somebody's paying attention.
Yeah, it makes me mad because they will. And AP, I don't even want to talk about his bullshit. Oh, I'm going to win. I'm going to win. No, go back to playing, bro. You weren't as good as a coach. Please.
Hey, so I got a question for you, Candy.
What's that?
Damn, she's fired up. I love it.
That running you were just talking about that AOC does, how's that?
No, I said he doesn't run that great, but his arm is accurate. He doesn't need to run.
Oh.
You don't need to run when your arm's accurate, bro. If somebody gets him the ball and he throws it, as long as those
tennis, right?
He's doing perfectly fine.
But you got to be able to move in the pocket.
Yeah, and but he's pretty good at moving.
He's getting
enough. He can move enough where he needs to be. His arm needs to be good. As long as he has a good team to work with him, he could win he could go to a Super Bowl if people worked with him. It's all about the team. It's not about one person, it's about every person. If you're
just gonna fall in love now.
Teamwork was not made with the letter I. It was made with everybody. And if you're not all working together, you're not going to progress.
So what you're saying is he's getting better.
Yeah, he's definitely progress is a process. And you're not going to progress if you don't take the time to learn. Everything in life is a learning process. If you're going through shit, you're not learning the lesson that you're meant to learn. You go through shit. Life happens to you or for you, not to you. And when shit keeps happening to you, you're not learning the lesson that you need to learn.
Agreed.
And he never had time to learn because he was thrown into the fire as a fourth-round pick as a rookie.
Bullshit.
I can see where this has come from.
You think?
Sure.
Nah, I don't like Aiden O'Connell. What are you talking about?
No. Well, wait. Jeff and I do like Aiden O'Connell as a backup. Just as a backup, give him some time to learn, right? Like any other quarterbacks, give him time to learn.
Aiden O'Connell had two of his worst games as a backup.
How's he gonna learn if he's sitting on the fucking bench the whole time?
But I know, but it's like, how many offensive coordinators you've had, how many quarterback courses had, like, who's the head coaches? But he's a fourth-round draft pick. He's a fourth-round draft pick.
Not for nothing, but how am I going to get a word in edgewise? I got Jack down below. I got her next to me right now.
Well, Jeff is going to agree with me. I got to point this way, that way.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff's going to agree with me.
Street fight.
I'm playing in the Super Bowl on my Madden right now, anyway, so I'm good.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Jeff's want to play video games.
Oh, Jeff.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hey, what's happening?
I'm just listening.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's hard to say anything when there's a huge street fight going on.
Street fight. Oh, shit.
So, Tony, I want to answer your question. Stop muting me, Rebel. I'll unmute it. So my thing about Tony's question, my thoughts on the new coach, like I didn't know anything about him, but as soon as I seen a play the other day, I seen something that was posted on Instagram where he threw that ball. I think that coach has a pretty good fucking chance of being a good coach if he could throw the ball better than a quarterback. Straight out at 74 years old and you could throw that ball better than any quarterback I've seen. I'm sorry. He's a good coach.
He's been a coach for a long time.
Yeah, but he threw the ball better than any quarterback I've watched. So
well, I mean, she does make a good point.
Like, and that was the only thing I know about Pete Carroll was the freaking thing I seen on Instagram the other day where he threw the ball and I was like, who the hell's that? They're all, oh, that's the coach. I was like, what? What do you mean that's the coach? I was like, holy shit. Yeah, he's going to be a coach. I think that he will do a good job if they actually pay attention to him and he knows where to put the players right. Like, that's my opinion of it. I think he'll be good.
All right, man. It's coming up on 4 hours. I love y'all, but I don't love y'all this much. We're going to have to continue this another time. We could do this again one day.
I get to go drive to the store.
A little more organized, but It's been way too long since I smoked some weed, and I have to go smoke.
I don't know why you don't smoke
Rebel.
off the stream, Rebel.
Hey,
You just smoke off the stream.
hey, Reb. Next time
Yeah.
we come in here, please invite Candy. This shit
I
is
always ask him to go on my channel so he could blow up, and he tells me no. I'm like, dude, just come on my channel. You know how you could throw your name.
I don't get a word. Nobody gets a word in edgewise if you're on the show. So I mean,
Yeah, but if you come on there, I don't know if it shows when I'm on your show to all my.
the show's called Raiders Unleashed, not Candy nonstop talking.
Yeah, but it's also if you came to Hawaiian Candy and started talking to all these people that come in and say, "Oh, look, she's wearing Raiders, Raider Nation for life." I get more Raiders fans than you do, bro.
I can't even get on my own channel when I need to. How am I gonna get on yours? Fuck.
I can see why you guys don't live together.
Oh
Just
yeah,
saying.
he's a stubborn ass motherfucker.
But I will tell you,
Rebel. Reb.
it would be cool to have her on, though, because to be honest with you, someone that has a small amount of knowledge actually can impart a lot of knowledge.
Because I'm learning as I go.
You know what I mean? We think we know everything about football. She knows the basics about football. Sometimes we forget that shit. Is all I'm saying.
Well, she doesn't know all the basics. She's getting there. She's getting there.
No, I'm just.
I can learn from you guys and help you grow by learning, by you teaching me.
Right, and I can learn more about tattoos. Just saying.
Absolutely. Reb.
Tattoos and titties.
So just so you know, I do stream like multiple times a day on my channel. You guys got to come see me watching Roast the Trolls.
Yeah, go check her out.
I roast fucking crazy trolls sometimes. There's
do
so
I have
many.
any mods in here? Because somebody dropped her link.
Your gut. I'm like, you know what? Gat's a gun, bro. I'm from the 80s. It's not an ass, you fucking weird little teenagers. They're so weird. They're so weird. They're so weird. Or they'll be like, hey, what's your skibbity toilet? I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean, you weirdos? Like, they're weird little. I was like, the alpha generation.
She's so freaking awesome.
I swear to God, I tell them, is this your gang sign for the alpha generation?
My eldest daughter needs to meet you. She really does. I mean,
you want your daughter to get all the tattoos?
She's already freaking boogered up all over the place. I mean,
there's nothing wrong with my tattoos, man. The only thing that's wrong with it is people judge me and they don't understand where I got it.
No. I love tattoos. I got some of my own.
Yeah,
no,
all my tattoos.
No, she's
like
no.
this one
Jack's got Rainbow Bright tattooed on his ass.
Yeah,
I actually have the word this on my ass, and on my other cheek, I have a quote from Albert Einstein that says, "Gravitation cannot be held responsible for people falling in love in the shape of a heart."
Putting on the ass, I guess, right?
It's right on the ass, a little heart.
My eldest daughter has a dick tattooed going to her behind. It says,
what?
What?
Yeah. What? Dude, you don't want to say that shit on the fucking show, dude.
Yep. That's what my oldest daughter has. Yeah. Only one ever.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God, dude. That's
like, fuck, okay.
Boy, I'm glad I'm not.
She just pulls her shorts up and goes, "Look at that, Dad."
Oh my God. Oh my God, don't say that. Don't say that.
Yeah, don't say that.
You don't want to admit that.
You just fogged up my glasses and shit.
You don't want to admit that.
Hey, I'm genuine. I'm who I am, man. I don't try to be anybody different.
You know, it's okay. I think I'm the same way, and I say some things that I just shouldn't say at times, and I'm learning.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit. I'm old.
Yeah, you know I love you, bro. Jeff, you know I love you, bro. And fucking Rebel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we go way back, bro. We go way back to that draft. And I'm gonna hop off, dude. But you know what? It's like it's crazy. But I don't understand. It's like, you know, I as being a mod, like most channels, over the years, dude, your shit never popped up. So I don't even get it. I don't even get it. You know, Jeff is like, you know, my newest friend.
Hey, Jack, post a comment so I can make you a mod real quick.
That's actually something that I'll tell you, Jack. I actually so the reason why my channel's blowing up, I've been taking prompt engineering for ChatGPT and AI learning. And so I've been putting all that into my comments and into my titles and stuff. So I basically broke into the algorithm. And the thing is I started being more consistent to the point that I literally go live like 3 to 5 times a day for like 2 to 3 hours each time. So I'm going live like 8 to 10 hours every single day. And that is what you have to do to get in the fucking algorithm in the very beginning.
What's crazy, like, Jeff and I, like, we spent one night.
It is,
and we talked for like 7 hours together.
One night
Tony.
That doesn't sound right.
I mean, we talked for like 7 hours, but Rebel, I met Rebel like a couple years ago, and it's like
I was
and Rebel's like, Jack, heck, why are you not on my show? Like, Rebel, this, bro. Like, why are you not on my show? I'm like, I hop on what I see, what pops up in front of me in YouTube. So I never understood that. So I think we're both kind of confused with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. YouTube doesn't push my shit. Like, there's so many people.
They don't push your shit, dude.
There's so many people that I talk to in the other, like even Chef. Like, it took Chef, forever, and I talked to him in everybody's chat for like the last 2 years, 3 years. Like, he didn't even know I had a channel until like a month ago or something. He started popping in. So yeah, and I've had it for over a year. So I don't know what's going on with YouTube, why they don't push my shit, but.
Like I
guess I'll start making videos and shorts and all that shit again to try to get back in their algorithm.
Get into the algorithm. Remember when I took like the month off and I went to Reno? So when I went there, it killed my algorithm, and that's when I started doing the prompt engineering. So what you have to do minimum until you get in the algorithm. You have to do either multiple lives a day. Put 7 shorts up a week. I started putting like a short up every single day, just like funny, stupid meme ones. And then I have to do like one video.
People in there though. I'm not gonna go on a live 3 times a day for 4 people. The 4 people are gonna get tired of seeing me. They don't have nobody in my shit.
You got to do question and answers. You got to go in there and stop just talking about football. Go in there and be like, hey guys, what do you want to talk about football today? You got to get their attention. Ask them what they want to.
You gotta work the chat.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just really good at working a crowd.
That's actually what we got to do now. Like,
well, I took public speaking in college, so I know how to work a crowd, how to talk to people. I've been doing live streaming for years. Like, I had over 187,000 followers on TikTok a couple years ago, and I got banned for nudity because we were talking about OnlyFans in the background. I have over 93,000 followers on Snapchat right now. And then on my YouTube, I had 1,680 followers just in October. And I started live streaming. I'm up to 28,000 right now. Or no, 32,000 right now.
I did a show with Rebel. I did a show with Rebel like a month ago, or 2 months ago, and we hit almost 18,000 viewers on that show.
Yeah, it's crazy. It hits quick.
And it was
I didn't get nothing. I don't know what the hell happened.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jack.
Jeff, I'm gonna give you a pointer right here. So, if you want
can't even get into a stream. You want me to?
That motherfucker can't even fucking join the goddamn stream. Wants to give a fucking pointer.
I'm in the stream, bro.
Okay.
Now, what are you saying? I'm at the bottom of your screen, dude. I'm here.
Took you half an hour, bro.
The link didn't work, so.
Yeah,
but I will say, Jeff, if you want the biggest show ever. It's like an old SE channel called Old Dugout. It's like you Raider fans talking about other sports, and then you get other Raider fans got like literally the way old school guys going there. You're Raider fans and you're talking about sports. You're a hockey fan, right? New England hockey fan. No, you're not a hockey fan?
I'm a fan.
Baseball fan. If you can get Raider fans to like join like other sports, man, I saw the kid being the biggest fucking guy on YouTube ever. And he quit it. He went to college, so he stopped it. But his show was so huge. It's like Avocado, Auntie Six. Mike Guerrero, all the old school guys were in there. You talk about if you're a Raiders fan and talk about other schools.
Not an old school dude. Just so you Just so you know.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you're a Raiders fan and you're talking about other sports, to talk about your other teams and talk smack, that show was huge.
But Jack, you can't put Afakazi in the OG Raiders talk. He's not an OG.
I'm gonna pass out. It's like 4 a.m. here in Florida.
Peace out. Good having you.
I'm out.
Hey,
Later, guys.
Peace.
Bye. Nice meeting you.
How do you
See ya. It was just, that was interesting.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
When YouTube was like young, yeah, I was like in the OG Daniel show, Captain Jack show.
I was going to be up till 4 a.m.
Right, your wife's gonna kill you, bro. It's like
no, she's not. She's freaking been snoozing for freaking like 8 hours.
Damn, she's gonna be getting up by the time you go to bed.
She probably gonna be up. Hey, what are you doing? I'll probably smell coffee when I'm going up to the house.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave too, guys. But I was just saying, it's like, if you can get a Raider show, and then you can do like what SC did, and go like Raider fans talking about the other sports, so it gives you something more to talk about when the shit's dead, like right now. It was super fun.
Oh, bueno. I'm not saying Afakazi's not a real one. I'm just saying he's not a freaking older dude. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, geez.
I'm not saying Afakazi. I'm just saying, like, if you're a sports fan.
Bueno in the chat was saying he's a real one. I'm not disputing that. He definitely is. He definitely is. I'm just saying he's not an old dude. He's not a dude from back in the day Raiders. He's just not. He's younger.
I'm going to ask the last question. I'm going to bed. Got to go to bed. So I'm a fan from 1974. When did you boys sign up and became Raider fans?
Well, 71 when I was born for me.
Well, but when was your first game you watched on TV? Was the first game you saw live?
Probably somewhere after 1971. I don't know for sure. When I actually understood football would probably be around 1979 or something, when they were getting good again, just before the Super Bowl in 81.
Nice. Rebel?
None of my family really watched football, so I would like to say I was, born into this shit, 1975, but basically probably 5. I was, 5, so 1980, just living in LA was the only time you got games was, once in a while on TV, but then they moved to Los Angeles, and being a Los Angeles boy, they were closer where you could actually go to games and see more on TV, and I was hooked. I was hooked.
I get that.
Seeing Lyle Alzado fighting everybody on the field, was just was my style, right? That was my name's Rebel for a reason, bro. Like, I've been in shit, getting in shit, bad shit my whole life, and it was the epitome of, even at a young age, what I was, just trouble. And the Raiders were that. So, not to mention the colors, the logo. Al Davis was, the rebel of his time, like all that shit, and I was hooked from day one. The first Raider game.
Here's a fun one. Here's a fun one I want to ask you guys. John Matuzak, crazy fucking nuts, and Lyle Zato, nuts. If they were put in a fucking ring, who'd win that fight, dude? I don't even know, dude. Those boys are fucking crazy.
They'd probably beat each other to death.
Probably Matusak. More than likely. Matusak.
Yeah, he's a little bigger, but I don't know what fucking Lyle Alzado was a wild man, bro.
He was a fucking steroid motherfucker.
Probably would have chewed his ankles off and
He was good. He reminds me of like Mike Tyson bite your ear type shit. Like you could see. I mean, every highlight you see of Lyle Alzado, he has somebody's face mask fucking swinging on him.
Yeah.
I mean,
chew your Achilles tendon off and then go up and freaking like tear your hair out and rip your ears off. Yep. That type of dude. But Matusak, I'm telling you, he wasn't much different than that.
Yeah,
I mean,
they were nuts, right? Right, Nav? It's like they were fucking crazy.
Just nasty. JPJ nasty is what I'm saying. I mean, JPJ's nasty.
My first game was a playoff game that we stomped Seattle. What was that, like 80? Fucking shit, I don't know.
Shit, your first game was a first, playoff game? That's awesome.
Yeah, playoff game against fucking Seattle. We beat them like 42-7 or some shit. Like it was fucking, I don't know what it was, but it was crazy. It was a lot.
Candy, I'm following that channel and I'm pushing all my boys, my Navy buddies, over to your channel.
Yeah, it's Hawaiian Candy. She also has a tatted Raiderette.
Nice.
So two channels.
I've been sitting here just freaking clicking all my buddies, my Raider buddies.
Yeah, send them all my way.
And the Raider buddy's already been sent your way, but my Navy brethren, I'm sending that way.
Oh yeah. She needs that. Yeah, she needs that.
Yeah, that should be interesting.
There's plenty to go around.
Now, I have a question. I think you might be my client, dude. I work for USAA. So are you a client of USAA?
Mike, no, you already asked me that. No, I'm not.
Okay, I just had to ask again.
You're far too fucking expensive for me.
So we could talk behind the scenes, like, auto's like straightforward, but homeowner's like totally different shit.
Muhammad Ali.
That's the only reason I'm not USAA is because I bundle everything up into my camper, my boat, my house, my property, and my vehicles all in one deal. And USAA is going to cost me freaking like $3,000 a year more. And it's kind of stupid because the commercials say that it's way better and it's not. So
it's not. It's like, it's all about the losses, bro. It's all about the losses.
Right. But my daughter does. My daughter has USAA because I'm a veteran. So she utilizes it. So, which is cool.
Don't tell Gronkowski that. He's been trying to get that shit forever.
Right.
Gronkowski. Oh, me get USAA.
Me USAA.
Me get USAA because I Gronk and I just follow Brady everywhere and get Super Bowls.
Well, every state's different. I always say this, like, as being an agent, it's like every state's different, like your costs. It's all about your overall losses. It depends where you live.
Yeah, it's Tennessee, and without state tax, insurance companies are pretty equal. You know what I mean?
I got to ask you this. I heard there's a lot of floods going on in your state, dude. It's like, I hope not where you're from. That's good.
I'm in the Smokies, baby. I ain't got worried about no fucking floods.
Hey, up in the hills.
Sucks for y'all down there. My bad.
I remember the Tennessee Titans Stadium going under fucking water, dude. And they were like, talking stuff about like, it's like the fucking the like in Italy, like, the arena. Yeah.
They should have called fucking Noah. I told him, call Noah. Call Noah. Noah will get over there with the ark and get your ass out of there. You know, you should live in the fucking mountains and you'd be okay. You know, I'm just saying. If you're going to live in Tennessee,
there's plenty of mountains in Tennessee.
If you're going to live in Tennessee, don't live in the freaking western part of it.
Live in the bottom part.
You just live in the eastern part up by the mountains and you'll be all right.
And Nap, I have one last question. Did Jeff ever give you my number?
Oh, probably not. Yeah, I don't think he would do that.
No, I told him to give that.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I did.
I don't know, on IG or what?
I said,
do you
don't
even
do it on here?
Do you even know that?
Don't do it on here.
Do you even know the Instagram technology? I'm not sure.
Probably not, dude. Instagram, I'm onto Instagram. I look at that hot women, but it's like I told Jeff, I'm like, you give you my number, bro, because like we agree a lot of shit.
Look, Jeff just said, yeah, yeah, I did call him. Go to chat, you couple girls.
Couple girls.
Oh, freaking Jeff, dude.
Jeff's a good dude. I love Jeff, dude.
Never freaking. Look, I'm a tough dude, but I would never, ever think about freaking jumping him. Ever. Not even close. I would do my best for it not to happen. Let's just put it that way. That dude looks, he's like a grizzly bear, man. He would just freaking engulf your ass.
Well, after seeing the pajamas, I'm like, I don't know about that.
I'm 6'1", 220, and I'm not sure I can freaking handle that dude. You know what I mean?
I'm 6'1", like 197 pounds at 54 years old, and I have 27 guns. Yeah, well, I'm cool.
I mean,
Jeff says,
if you just said
teddy bear, I find that hard to believe. I bet he could be ornery as hell.
That dude's probably got a few himself. Yeah, it'd probably be a freaking TV show. Just saying, probably be on CNN. Yep.
I gotta say, brothers, Rebel, dude, this is cool, dude. This is really cool. The first time after a couple years.
Any minute now. Look at Jeff. Look at him. He's just freaking egging us on. He wants us off here, but he just keeps freaking mouthing off.
Right.
Any minute now, they're gonna make dicks. AM, what the fuck? You know what I mean? It's like Jeff, off of here. But then,
dude, I'm about to call Jeff after we get off the show.
If you have 27 people to shoot them, it's a good idea to have 27 guns. But yeah, that's a lot.
I know. It's like,
I don't know how you're gonna shoot all those guns.
Right.
Give them to all my neighbors, bro.
I just said 20. Did I say 27? I think Jack said 27.
I said 27.
I have the equal amount of what's required. I never say a number. Why would I ever say that? I mean, look at my house behind me. Everything's hidden by the flag.
Everything's hidden by the flag. That's where the gun safe is, behind the flag. That's what my gun safe is, behind the Raiders flag.
Yeah. Yep. That's yeah. I'm not even going to say that.
You don't have to say anything. But I will say this. I will say this was kind of fun. My grandfather served in WW2, and when he was there, and he's like an aircraft mechanic, like on a carrier, like South Pacific. And I've even married a Japanese, wife. But when he got dropped off on an island, he got issued an M1A1 Springfield bolt action 30-06. And back in the day, you can turn it in or mail it home. And he mailed it home with the Japanese carbine. And he mailed it home with the Japanese carbine. And I got that shit, dude.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
So you have an M1. You have an M1 carbine from World War II.
M1 Springfield. Yep, 30-06.
Yep, I had that. I had
It's
the
like
same
brand new.
30-06. My grandpa's had it from World War II, and one of the biggest mistakes in my life. I pawned that shit and never got it out.
Oh,
I got my sidearm from Afghanistan. That's the only one I care about. So,
and the rest of the guns burnt down when the house fire burnt down, but they thought it was a drug house because all the ammo and shit, fucking all the shots and bangs firing going off. I had just like, I don't know how many cases and cases of ammo, but tons of guns. The fire department was scared. They wouldn't even go near the house to try to put it out because all the shit going off. So it was, since then, I don't have any guns. I ain't bought one since.
yeah, that's kind of crazy. I got fucking over 10,000 rounds of ammo. So now,
easy. We don't need to hear that shit publicly.
Yeah, don't tell nobody.
I have
Where
a
you
lot.
live, Jack?
I may have a few
Where you living, Jack?
I may have a few rounds here in Tennessee just laying around.
Just laying around.
Just laying around. But the one piece that I do have is my sidearm I carried in Afghanistan. That right there is the important one.
what's that one?
That's the one I trust. Taurus 1911 45. Yep. Solid metal. No plastic.
The last gun I had was, well, besides the ones that burnt down, I bought one from my sister's husband because he got in some trouble, had a felony, couldn't have it no more. So I bought that from him. It was the Taurus 45 911. I had it 3 weeks and somebody stole that motherfucker out of my house.
Oh shit, dude.
Oh man.
Good friends. Mine was issued. Now I paid for it to have it shipped when I retired. But I mean, don't usually do that unless you retire from the military. They don't usually let you do that. So they ship it to you in pieces, right? Because it's not really legal, I guess.
Yeah, you're talking like, a rack stuff, like you send it home in pieces.
But you got to pay for it. But you got to pay for the shipping, essentially.
Yeah.
So I $100, and I got my gun that took care of me for better part of 8 years. So.
Oh yeah, shit. That's not even batting an eye for $100.
$100,
right?
Hell no.
No question about it at all. But man,
what was the question, Jack? Do you remember?
I don't know what the question was. We started talking about going off from Raiders to firearms. So I'm cool with that.
That guns.
Oh, good. Yeah, I just don't need to tell everybody how much rounds I got. That's all.
Or where they're located.
And Nav, 93 Nav. I'm only guessing, bro. I'm only guessing. I'm just guessing. It's like when I said 10,000 rounds. Yeah, I'm guessing.
Yeah. No.
I'd say I had probably well over that. The old the army green cases that back in the day, the metal ones that lock and clamp or whatever.
Ammo box.
Fat ammo boxes. Yeah, there was about 30 or 40 of them bitches just piled up.
Shit.
Oh.
But they didn't go. A lot of those didn't go off, so they were still good. But
what? Your house kind of fired and those rounds didn't go off.
Yeah, inside those metal boxes, they were in the back room, surrounded by fire, and there was probably a good 10 of them that didn't bust or pop. It was crazy. It's crazy, but yeah, the rest did. The rest did a whole lot. I think it was about 6 hours of fireworks show.
That's good. All right, Joe. What the fuck was that? Nav?
Is that a pound of
That's
weed?
a huge bag of ass of fucking weed, dude. I never expected that.
Nav's got coffee.
Hold on.
Dude, that is fucking a huge bag of weed.
What was that, lunch? Is that lunch?
5.56 rounds.
Oh, this knows.
Oh, 5.56. I took him to get a bag of weed.
So that's
I thought Nav Man was busting out the pounds on the live.
That's 22 pounds right here.
The wrong kind of pounds.
So Nav, here's kind of a weird thing. It's like, since like you said, you don't use USAA, but I that's the company I worked for the last 22 years.
Okay.
I was talking to this major in the special forces. He's like, Jack, and this is back in 2012 when I lived in Colorado before I moved back to California, before the laws are all fucking crazy in California. Jack, go buy yourself a LaRue. I'm like, what the fuck is a LaRue? He's like, it is another special forces gun. When we go on special ops, that's what we pick. We hand pick our stuff. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm like, and he was like, put on like a gun, rider on his insurance. And then like, okay. He's like, and get it in a 6.8 caliber. I'm like, what the fuck is a 6.8 caliber back then? Now it's an M77 round. They call it, in today's military. So 6.8, I'm like, what's a 6.8? It's got the recoil of a 5.56, but the stopping power of 7.62. So you're going through Gen 4 body armor.
Damn.
And this is back in 2012.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa. I'm like, I'm all hot for it, right? I'm moving back to California. I'm like, I want to buy this stuff legal in Colorado, and I'm moving back to California. And I moved back to California, and I bought that shit. And my friend, who's a police officer in California, is like, Jack, you know what you are now? You're a 3 to 5 year felon. I'm like, what? I just bought the gun 2 weeks ago. I haven't been taken out of the fucking box, and I'm a 3 to 5 year felon. He's like, yeah, there's several reasons. Number one, you have a 25 round clip. You can only have a 10 round clip. Number two, you don't have a push button on the gun. So you got to breach the upper to the lower, like put a push button in there. And then number three, you have a retractable stock. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Welcome to
I just
California.
bought the gun, walked in, bought the gun, leave the store, go back to California where I lived my entire life, and now I'm a 3 to 5 year felon.
That's only if you get caught.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's only if you get caught.
So did I mention I live in Tennessee?
Well, I wish I lived there, bro.
Because I'm telling you what.
That's why I live in Arkansas.
I'm not going to show you on public media the kind of shit that I freaking roll with. I'm just not going to do it. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I'm not going to show it, but that's just craziness to me.
I mean,
the shit you're allowed to have in Tennessee compared to LA is a big difference. That's a big difference.
And it's also whether we're supposed to have it or whether they give a shit whether we have it.
Yeah, that too.
Other things too. Our law enforcement
gives a shit for sure.
Our law enforcement's like, you take care of you. Sweet. I love it.
Yep.
And I guarantee you, I get pulled over in California with the rounds I have in my freaking 45 sitting in my truck right now, probably going to go to jail. Just saying. That those rounds are probably not acceptable.
Good.
The rounds are cool, but it's about the capacity, and it's about how much can you shoot at one time.
Well, I'm pretty sure incendiary rounds out of a 45 is probably not legal in any state.
Probably not, bro. I think that's cool though.
Not in many. Not in any.
I put a flare in your chest. I'm pretty sure you're fucking down. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Oh man, I don't know how we go with the Raiders.
Chewy.
Yeah, you don't even need carry and conceal in Arkansas anymore.
No, you hear
you don't need that in Arkansas?
Nope. You just carry whenever you want.
Yeah, you just
nice.
Carry it however you want.
However you want. Whenever you want. Wherever you want.
Whenever and however. Doesn't matter. Concealed, not concealed, doesn't matter.
Yep.
Tennessee and Arkansas, the only two states in the country that way.
Yep.
Not Texas either?
Nope. You have to have a CCW in Texas. Yep. Damn. You have to have a concealed carry permit in Texas.
Yeah, gotta love them Arkansas and Tennessee states.
Telling you.
I can't disagree with that. I love that.
Hey, what is that, Rebel? It's kind of like it's a mountain thing. It's like the Ozarks and the Smokies, man. It's kind of like, yeah, fuck that, dude. You know what I mean? We're not the same as the rest of you people. You know,
we're gonna have to start our own live, the Smoky Ozarks.
Oh, yeah,
I'm with that too, man. I'll join that channel. But it sucks being a Californian and going against a fucking tyranny in the state. I'm there with you, brothers.
Yeah.
So I am kicking around opening a channel beginning of May. So I'm retired, semi-retired, trying to figure out what to do with myself now.
Yeah, so it takes up a lot of time. I'll tell you.
No, I'm with you. I can see it. I mean, hell, just bounce around you dudes. You're always on. You guys are always on.
The amount of names I have in my head that I can't sort out is like a hamster wheel every draft.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Yeah, I'm with you. But mine would be more of a just freaking, if you just want to be an asshole, be an asshole. Just throw it out. You know what I mean?
Come on and bullshit. And
it's kind of like we are assholes. Maybe Raider assholes. I don't know. Something like that. I don't know.
Hey, Nap, if you want to do a Raider asshole, gun thing, dude, I'm there 100% with you, bro.
So get on here
and talk shit and see if you can freaking measure up. If you can, I got you. If you can't,
right?
If you can measure up, you get in a wrench. If you can't measure up, you can't.
Well, I feel like I can measure up with anyone with guns, dude. So I'm an outdoorsman. That's my life. I will not watch Raider games to go fucking hunting. That's what I do.
Why you live in California, Jack? Move to a place you can hunt constantly.
You need to freaking. Well, you certainly don't want to be in Tennessee. These fucking deer are fucking tiny. They're like fucking puppies down in here.
Okay, let me ask you this, Naf. So, what do you got? Black? You got mule deer, whitetail, or black deer?
They're whitetail, but they don't have the kind
of... you got big deer, dude. California, they only got blacktail, dude. Yeah, blacktail, when you feel aggressive, they're only about 62, 64 pounds.
Hold on, though. Think about it for a moment. Here in Tennessee, all they got to freaking eat's berries and shit like that. Up in Indiana, Iowa, shit like that, they're freaking tearing up the freaking cornfields, man. They're getting big. You know what I mean? That's a big buck. In Indiana,
when you field dress, what do you get?
What's that?
So when you field dress a deer, how much meat you get?
Here, I don't even shoot a freaking deer here. It ain't even worth it. In Tennessee, it ain't worth it. They just don't have the freaking they just don't get big enough. They're not worth it.
How big is that deer that you get out in your state? Because my state, it's 62 to 64 pounds of meat when you field dress them.
If that on an 8-pointer.
8-point
buck, 8-point buck, 80 pounds max.
Oh my God. I'm jealous, dude, because in California we get blacktail. So blacktail, there's no rhyme or reason, and they're like 62 to 64 pounds, and they're like a 3-point. Maybe if you're like blessed, you got a 4 or 5-point. So it's like crazy.
Indiana, a freaking 2-year-old 4-pointer. Indiana, 4-pointer, right? 2 on each side, right? 4-pointer. Dresses out at 200 pounds minimum.
Oh my God, that's fucking huge. That's almost 3. That's like 3 deer in one shot.
Right?
It's because they eat the corn, all the corn. Nebraska, Iowa, Wyoming, all these places where you get the big freaking wild game because there's plenty of stuff to eat out there. You know what I mean? Tennessee, there really isn't. They live on berries and tree bark.
Boy, you get the horns, he says.
Yeah, we'll get the horns, man. I'm telling you. The only reason I'd shoot a deer here is if there's a freaking dumbass that freaking beating up my property. That's pretty much it. My dog probably chase that off, so it ain't a big.
There's some big ones around Arkansas. You probably get.
Oh yeah, and the
lower pounds, like a 9-10 point, but there's still some big 10 points fucking running around here. Yeah. There's one right in front of my son's house that lives right there in the city because they just built around it, and the thing's been there for like 10 years, and there's like probably 6 or 7, maybe 8 or 9 females they're right there. They're like in the middle of the city, and they just got like a couple little wood places they go, but
that's got to be a whitetail, huh, Rebel?
Yeah, they're constantly in everybody's yard. But this 10-point looks like he's about 350 pounds, dude. This dude, I want to shoot him so bad, but it's inside. It's in city limits, and you can't. But it's like the dude he's gigantic, bro.
Like Brandon right here, Brandon Martinez, big old bucks in Colorado. Yeah.
Oh yeah, good
bucks
Lord.
In Colorado.
Those are like horses.
That right there. People take trips to Colorado for that shit.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Well, I lived in Colorado Springs. It's like back in Colorado Springs, they have like they don't have whitetail. They got mule deer in Colorado. I lived in Colorado. I've been there. That's the reason why my company left California. I moved to Colorado because I wanted to go elk hunting. Man, fucking Colorado's like, elk hunting season is kind of weird. It goes from a Saturday to a Sunday. So you can't get like, a full weekend of fucking hunting. That's the only reason why I moved there. Otherwise, I would have moved to San Antonio, Texas.
You have to do all your trapping for like a month or 2 before, and then have your dates set up, and it's rough. Like the fucked up thing is a lot of people pay crazy amounts of money to go up there and shoot those elk, and you only get 2 days. And a lot of people walk away empty-handed unless you pay for a guide, which is fucking even more crazy. Like, right.
And if you do that, that's still not a guarantee.
Yeah, and you're still not guaranteed to come away with nothing. Yeah, they got that's a lucrative business right there. I'm telling you.
I'll tell you what's fun.
People paying for nothing.
What's fun as hell? A buddy of mine's got a ranch out in Wyoming, right? And I'll tell you what, there's elk everywhere, but they're protected, unless they're on the ranch property, right? Then you have opportunity, but we don't typically mess with them. But what is cool, you go out to this one field that's near Devil's Tower, out on his property there, and all these prairie dogs, man. It's like freaking whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-mole.
Yeah, so we go out there. Yeah, so we go out there and we freaking grab 2 freaking camper chairs, some beers, and a freaking cooler. Sit there for about 4 hours with 22s.
And shoot the moles.
Yeah, and they pop their heads up. You shoot one, another one pops his head up, and then my buddy shoots the other, and then you just wait. And it's good for his property to get rid of them because
they put all the holes in the ground.
Putting holes in tunnels everywhere.
Your cattle, your horses, like whatever.
He has like 80. He only has like 80 cattle. He only has like 80 head, but still, I mean, if they walk up in there, they can break an ankle. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but we sit out there and we're like little freaking children out there. Drinking beers. Me and him, we get to see each other about once a year now at this point in June. And we go out to this one field and we just sit there with 22s, Henry rifles. No shit, freaking poop like a daisy.
like a
Red Ryder, you know what I mean?
BB gun. Shit.
That's so cool.
We get 2 Henry rifles because we keep count on if you get them or you don't get them, right? And last year I won.
It's like a challenge, right?
Huh?
It's like a challenge, like like who gets the most.
Yeah, last year I won for the first time. You know what I mean? So I was like, yeah, it's fucking awesome. So we're sitting out there blinking freaking prairie dogs for like 4 hours. I don't know, hundreds of them, I guess we probably end up taking out. But if you ever go to Devil's Tower, I think it's actually in South Dakota. It's just, he lives in that very far corner of Wyoming. So I think Devil's Tower is in South Dakota. But if you go in there, when you go in there, as soon as you go through the gate to the left, there's a prairie dog sanctuary over there. You're not allowed to feed them. You're not allowed to fuck with them. You're not allowed to shoot them. You're not allowed to do shit.
What?
No.
That's
they're
crazy.
protected.
Them bitches are wild in Colorado too. They're like everywhere. You go to the parks and shit out there, and you just see this little fucking popping up everywhere.
They just look at you like, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" That's just what they do. They're really not. They have no purpose. They have zero purpose, really.
Yeah.
And they're like chipmunks. You know what I mean? But bigger.
Yeah.
They're like big squirrels, and they pop their heads up. And me and John look at each other and we're like, oh, guess what we got to do when we get back to the house? Because we can't touch these ones, you know.
Man,
so, I said,
I'll say I'm blessed. I'm super blessed. So coming 30 minutes out of San Francisco, I have a buddy that's got a ranch in Livermore, 688 acres of land, tied between the 10,000 acre cattle ranch and state park. I get to hunt that. I get to hunt that shit anytime I want. One of my high school buddies has got 900 acres in Livermore, which is 23 minutes from my house. 900 acres of hunting land. Damn. And I know another friend that has got 550 acres of rice land in Gridley, which I could go duck hunting. So it's like, I am blessed. Because in this state of California with the fucking how many millions of fucking people that live here, I am blessed. I am super blessed and be able to do what I like to do. I'll go hunting over fucking watching a Raiders game any day of the week. Any day of the week, I'll fucking do this shit.
Hey, Candy says read and respond.
Oh yeah, right. She's texting me like, oh.
And duck hunting in California is actually better than any type of hunting than for fucking deer because it's all blacktail. Blacktail is fucking little dogs with fucking horns. What is it? What is a duck? Dog a choice. I would say if I would take a duck dog, I would say I want a lab. I want a Labrador to go duck hunting.
Lab. specifically.
Fuck. All right, man. I love y'all, but I gotta get the hell off here. It's fucking late.
Yep. Hey, you getting freaking badgered, aren't you?
Huh?
Rebel getting badgered. It's like, what are you doing
Yeah.
still?
Yeah. Mommy's
Rebel.
telling me it's time to go to bed from another state. So.
Hey, Rebel, it's good, man. After all these years, dude, it was super good to like see you. And now, you know what? You are like you and I have become close, like, you know, lately. So, like an old school guy and a new school guy, I love this, dude. I hope all you guys do your shit. And Rebel, I hope you actually do one of your own shows. I won't do one.
Who's the new school guy?
You're the new school guy. Rebel's
What?
like the old school guy.
What?
You and I have been talking like recently, but Rebel and I, like, we go back a couple years.
As far as that's concerned.
Yeah.
You can go fuck yourself as far as the Raiders. when that comes down. I mean, just saying.
You're like, we old school.
New school. I got your new school in my pants.
No, I'm not saying like, you know, from years. I'm just saying from us chatting, bro. I love it. I love that, you know, you and I talk. Rebel and I, like, you know, we it's been hard for us to connect, dude. I'm like, honestly, I told Rebel, I'm like, man, I can't find your shit. I'm like, I always hop on, like, whoever's channel I see that's going out there, and I fucking hop on to it. And, you know, Rebel and I did like a fucking whole draft together.
Chewy, what's a duck's drug of choice? Quack.
Gotta love them dad jokes. That's a funny shit.
Yeah, no shit. It's freaking Chewy, great joke, but also terrible at the same time.
I was laughing. I thought it was funny. But yeah, man, it's been a blast. I appreciate everyone pulling up. We'll do this again. I'll just start dropping more links so I'm not on talking to myself, but appreciate the 6-9 people still in the chat and however many fucking made it through this far. Like, subscribe, follow. As always.
How many hours was that straight?
4 hours and 50 minutes.
Was this your longest show, Reb?
No, almost. It's almost.
Holy shit, bro! You were talking to us two dumbasses for the last hour.
Hey, man, I could talk Raiders football fucking every day of my life. I'm a diehard Raiders fan. Like, as y'all know, like, nobody tests that shit across their whole forearm unless they bleed silver and black. So, like, this is what I love. I could do this shit all day, any day.
I don't think we talked Raiders for the last hour though. But
yeah,
right. Brother talk.
It's the next best thing besides pussy is guns and hunting, right? So I mean, I can't.
Well, I don't know. Depends on who you are.
Some people might prefer guns more than pussy, but I mean,
right. Just saying. You know, I mentioned my daughter's tattoo. So.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, brothers.
But, all right, man.
I love you guys, Rebel, dude. It was like finally good after all these years, like the hookup, and Nav was like, you know, I've been seeing you a lot, and you know, talking with you a lot, and we agree a lot of the time. Man, I brothers, salute. Have a great night.
Make sure you click that notification bell so you be notified when I'm on.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Peace out. Much love, y'all. Raiders. Appreciate all y'all. Peace. Much love.